cafe, computer lab, classroom, design lab, motion graphics lab, design drawing studio, hotel room lab, and mini bank lab. In developing interests and talents, students at the Faculty of Vocational Studies, Universitas Brawijaya, can take part in various activities, including organization, UKM or Student Activity Unit, Student Exchange Program or Student Exchange Program abroad. The Faculty of Vocational Studies, Universitas Brawijaya, has been proven to produce outstanding students and alums who have won competitions at provincial, national, regional, and international levels. Besides that, lecturers at the Faculty of Vocational Studies, Universitas Brawijaya, have produced innovative works and made various proud achievements. As an inclusive higher education, the Faculty of Vocational Studies, Universitas Brawijaya, is proud to be a faculty that is friendly to all groups, especially people with disabilities. Through a carefully designed curriculum, experienced lecturers, and close cooperation with industry, it is the foundation for the Faculty of Vocational Studies, Universitas Brawijaya, in producing quality graduates. It will continue to move forward towards higher achievements.
Business and Hospitality Department. What?
With vocational studies, let's come together. We achieve together. One vocational, true practitioner.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Brawijaya, Professor Widodo SSI, MSI, PhD, Math Science. The Honorable First Vice Rector of Academic Affairs, Universitas Brawijaya, Profesor Dr. Imam Santoso, MP. The Honorable Dean of Faculty of Vocational Studies, Muhammad Khalid Mawardi, SOS, MAB, PhD. Vice Dean of Academic Affairs, Dr. Ulfa Andayani, SSE, MSE. Vice Dean of Finance Affairs, Heri Toiba, SP, MP, PhD. Vice Dean of Student Affairs, Dr. Erpol Romi Hermawan, SOS, MAP. Head of Creative Industry and Digital Department, Insinyur Idewa Made Widya, MT. Head of Business and Hospitality Department, San Rudianto, SE, AK, MSA. And also Dr. Muhammad Ali Safaat, SH, MH. Dr. Setiawan Nurdaya Sakti, SH, MH. Andi Kurniawan, SPI, MDSC. Profesor Unti Ludikdo, SE, MSI, AK. The Honorable, the Chairman of Bravo 2023, Dr. Dini Kurnia Irmawati, SPD, MPD. All lecturers of Faculty of Vocational Studies, Universitas Brawijaya, and all participants. Good morning and welcome to the third Bravo International Conference on Entrepreneurship, Innovation, and Creativity 2023. First of all, let us pray and praise to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala because we can come together without any obstacles to attend Bravo 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce myself. My name is Desi Natalia, lecturer of Faculty Vocational Studies Universitas Brawijaya. Right now, I am on duty as today Master of Ceremony. The third Bravo International Conference on Entrepreneurship, Innovation, and Creativity conducted by Faculty of Vocational Studies Universitas Brawijaya. This is a hybrid conference with the theme Cultivating Creative Solutions for Sustainable Development. This event is also attended by a keynote speaker and 6 invited speakers from abroad. They are the Honorable Professor Dr. VGR Chandran Govidaraju from University Malaysia, University Malaya, Malaysia. Joy On, BSc, the founder of FX Media, Singapore. Welcome, sir. Professor Dr. Unti Ludikdo, SE, MSI, AK from Universitas Brawijaya, Indonesia. Next one, it will be Dr. Ananda Wikramasinghe from University of Wollongong, Australia. Reno Yuansa, SSN from ADGI, Associate Designer Grafis Indonesia, Chapter Malang, and Senior Creative Director in 24 Slides, Denmark. Next one, Dr. Sulis Rohyayatun from Ikatan Akuntan Indonesia, Kompartemen Akuntan Pendidik dan Dosen UIN Maulana Malik Ibrahim Malang, Indonesia. And Prof. K. Son, Dean and Chair Professor Walter and Wendy Kwok Family Foundation, Professor in International Hospitality Management, School of Hotel and Tourism Management, the Hong Kong Polytechnic University, Hong Kong. Ladies and gentlemen, let me read the rundown of this conference. First, opening by the Master of Ceremony. Second, traditional dance originally from Malang, Indonesia. Third, welcoming speech by the Chairman Bravo 2023, Dr. Dini Kurnia Irmawati, SPD, MPD. Fourth, welcoming speech from Dean Faculty of Vocational Studies, Universitas Brawijaya, Muhammad Khalid Mawardi, SOS, MAB, PhD. The fifth one, welcoming speech from Rector of Universitas Brawijaya, Professor Widodo, SSC, MSc, PhD, Math Science, substituted by the Honorable First Vice Rector of Academic Affairs, Professor Dr. Imam Santoso, MP. 6. Photo session all together on-site and also online. 7. The main event of this conference. And the last but not the least, closing by the Master of Ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, let us open this conference with Bismillah together. Next one, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to watch the performance by traditional dance Bapang. Bapang dance originated in Malang City, Indonesia. Bapang dance is dance using mas. The mas used is one of the Malangan mas characters, namely Bapang. Bapang Malangan dance is one of the dances that depicts characters with dancing characters. Hope you enjoy the performance. Please welcome the Bapang dance. Please give applause. Now let's move on to the first agenda. Sing Indonesia's national anthem, Indonesia Raya, by Sinta Indah Permatasari, student of Hospitality Management 2023, Faculty of Vocational Studies, Universitas Brawijaya. The audience, please kindly stand up. Thank you. And a state of ready. Thank you for ladies and gentlemen. Please kindly have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, and also the audience, we really hope that this event, this international conference can go smooth. That's why the next session will be the prayer by Suseno Aji SA MSI AK, the lecturer of Vocational Studies, Universitas Brawijaya.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mari bersama-sama kita menundukkan kepala sejenak untuk bermunajat kepada Allah, Tuhan Yang Maha Esa, agar acara hari ini memberi ridho darinya. Berdoa mulai. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Hamdas syakirin, hamdan aimin, hamdan yuafi ni'amahu ya kaifi yumazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karim wa adimi sultanik. Allahumma sholli wa sallim wa barik ala sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Bi rahmatika ya arhamar rahimin. Allahumma faqihna fidin wa alimna at-taqwil. To my God, the honor of blessings, with all the humility on our heart, we offer our worship and praise to your presence, the honor of the universe of knowledge. You create everything new. You create the vastness on the earth and beauty of the sky. You are also ones who rule everything without enemy. Therefore, only to you surrender ourselves always, and only to you all our requests address. Allahumma inni as'aluka ilma nafi'an, wa rizqan wasi'an, wa sifa'an min kulli da'in. To my God, the most opener of graces, today, with all the laughter of our heart, we gathered here only because of your blessing to carry out the Brevo International Seminar, International Conference of Entrepreneurship, Innovation and Creativity, Vocational Faculty, Brawijaya University. Expand our heart to open our mind to receive your gift of knowledge. Teach us the ease of understanding its essence in the heart. Make our minds smart. Make our bodies healthy. Keep us always from all kind of disease. So we can always be humble and sincere in our work and worship solely to gain your approval. Rabbana ighfir lana dzunubana wa israfana fi amrina wa sabit a'damana wangsyurna 'alal qaumil kafirin. To my God, the most forgiving, forgive our sins, the sin of our parents, the sins of our leaders. Make us servant to always surrender. Pour passion into us, make our affair easier, so that we can build the human benefit. Rabbana taqabbal minna innaka antas samiul alim. Subhanaka rabbi izzati masifun. Wassalamu ala mursalin. Wassallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi washabihi wasallam. Walhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Berdoa selesai.
Ladies and gentlemen, next agenda is welcoming speech from the Chairman of Bravo 2023, Dr. Dini Kurnia Irmawati, SPD, MPD. The time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, Bapak Ibu sekalian, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable, on behalf of Rector of Universitas Brawijaya, Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, Bapak Imam, good morning, selamat pagi Bapak. And also Vice Rector for Cooperation Planning and Internationalization, Bapak Andri Kurniawan, good morning Bapak. And also Vice Rector for Student Affairs, Bapak Ali, good morning. And our great invited speaker, Joy On, good morning. And also the Honorable, the Dean of Faculty of Vocational Studies, Bapak Khalid Mawardi, good morning Bapak. And also Vice Dean for Academic Affairs, Ibu Ulfa, good morning. And Vice Dean for Human Resource and Finance, Bapak Heri Toiba, good morning. And also Vice Dean for Student Affairs, Pak Romi, good morning, and all of our great presenters and participants. I'm Dini Kurnia Irmawati, the chairman of today's event. It's an honor for me to welcome all of you to this event, the third Bravo International Conference on Entrepreneurship, Innovation, and Creativity, with the theme of this year, Cultivating Creative Solutions for Sustainable Development, in the context of business, education, tourism and hospitality, information and technology, design and creative industry. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my greatest gratitude to all of our keynote speakers and invited speakers who have been mentioned by our great MC today. Furthermore, I would like to also thank all of our 52 presenters coming from Indonesia, Malaysia, and China who are joining our event hybrid, online and also on-site. I'm happy to share this great information because this event has involved more than 15 institutions abroad and also coming from Indonesia across university. We have the presenter from University Malaya Terengganu, Malaysia, Sugia Pranata, Catholic University, State Polytechnic of Batam, Shanghai University, China, Institut Pariwisata Tinggi Trisakti, Jakarta, State University of Surabaya, State Polytechnic of Banjarmasin, Universitas Diponegoro, National Research and Innovation Agency, BRIN. Good morning, Ms. Indah and partner. Thank you for coming on site in this event. And also 10 November Institute of Technology, State Polytechnic of Jakarta, Universitas Prastia Mulia, UIN Maulana Malik Ibrahim, Malang, College of Vocational Sungai Buloh Selangor, Malaysia, Universitas Trilogi, Universitas 11 Maret, and Universitas Negeri Malang. I would like to also express my deepest gratitude to the organizing committee who have worked very hard and tirelessly to make this event possible. In closing, I wish you all a fruitful and enriching experience at Bravo. May all the connections you make, the knowledge you gain, and the memories you create during this conference stay with you along. Once again, welcome to the third Bravo International Conference. Good morning. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Ms. Dini, for the speech. Now, the next one, welcoming speech from Dean Faculty of Vocational Studies, Universitas Brawijaya, Muhammad Khalid Mawadi, SOS, MAB, PhD. Time is yours, sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And good morning, Honorable Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, Prof. Imam, and also Vice Rector for Student Affairs, Pak Dr. Sakti, and also Honorable Vice Rector for Internationalization and Planning, Dr. Andi Kurniawan, and also all the Vice Dean of Vocational Studies, all the head of department, and also all the head of study program. Good morning and Assalamualaikum. It is a great pleasure for us to give warm welcoming, especially for the invited speaker, online and also offline. The first for Mr. Joey On from FX Media Singapore. Thank you for coming here in Malang, in Indonesia. And also all the invited speaker. First is Professor Dr. Chandran Gavindranju from University of Malaya, Malaysia, and Associate Professor Ananda Wikramasinghe from University of Wollongong, Australia, Professor Kay Chonte from the Hong Kong Polytechnic, Professor Untilu Dikdo from Brawijaya University, Dr. Sulis Rahayatun from Ikatan Akuntan Indonesia, and also Retno Yuliansyah from Designer Graphic Indonesia, Chapter Malang. And also welcoming for all the participants and also the guests from this third Bravo conference conducted by Faculty of Vocational Studies, Brawijaya University. Now we already aware about the concept of entrepreneurship, creativity, and also innovation, particularly after we get the COVID pandemic that make us of all us surprised with this condition. So that's why to find out the breakthrough innovation, all of people in every sector, business, education, and also political, for instance, have find out the breakthrough way to find out the alternative solution for the problem that faced by the people. So this conference, this third Bravo conference, find out the way and also to discuss and to present the issue relating with the how we find out the creative solution for the sustainable development in the perspective of business administration, from the perspective of finance and banking system, from the perspective of hospitality, and also from the perspective of technology, information, and art design. This perspective actually become the focus of the study of the program in Faculty of Vocational Study. So that's why we conduct the third conference of Bravo, that hopefully in the future we can provide some new perspective regarding with this issue. And lastly, I welcome all the participants and please enjoy the conference, and hopefully everything will get the good condition and also find out the new perspective of this issue. Thank you. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, sir, for the welcoming speech. Now, the last one, it will be welcoming speech, will be delivered by Rector of Universitas Brawijaya, Professor Widodo, SSC, MSc, PhD Math Science, substitute by the Honorable Vice Rector, Academic Affairs of Universitas Brawijaya, Professor Dr. Imam Santoso, MP. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and distinguished speakers and all of the participants. It is a good pleasure and immense interest that I welcome you all in this prestigious international conference, BRAVO, International Conference on Entrepreneurship, Innovation, and Creativity. And we are gathered here today with the online and offline to foster a spirit of collaboration, knowledge sharing, and innovation. And of course, we would like to share many things related with how to develop, especially entrepreneurship, innovation, and creativity. It is a very good topic that we would like to discuss today because Brawijaya University have many programs related with to engage of global university and especially professor overseas. And we also support our faculty member and student to exchange in many reputable university, especially to support our student related with this topic today, entrepreneurship, innovation, and creativity. I would like to extend a heartfelt welcome to all of the keynote speakers, online, offline, especially Mr. Josie On from the founder of Xmedia Singapore. Thank you for your coming and join us today. Especially we would like to invite you to share many things related with how to engage many partners, especially to collaborating in entrepreneurship, innovation, and creativity. And all of the keynote speaker and invited speaker that would like to join in the online. Brawijaya University have many programs to support our students related with entrepreneurship. So we hope this event, we can share many things, how to develop creativity and innovation related with how to engage many parties in entrepreneurship aspect. So again, thank you for all of the participants and keynote speaker. Wish you can a great experience and please enjoy for this conference. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, sir, for the welcoming speech. Now it's time for photo sessions. The photo session will be the first one, on-site photo session, and also the online photo session for 8 participants in one Zoom page. For the first one, on-site photo session, would you please kindly to come to here? The Honorable, the Vice Rector, the dean, the vice dean. It will be like this. The head of the committee, the vice dean of the committee, and the next one will be the lecturers. The photographer. Okay, will be count 1, 2, 3. The next one, vocational. Yes, please give a smile. 1, 2, 3. Next one, still in here with the lecturer, if you don't mind. Please, the lecturer. Come to the stage. All of you. On the right side, sir, and also madam. Okay, so for the lecturer in here, for the girls in here, for the, yeah. So the woman over there, the man over here for the lecturer, the man. Yeah. Yeah, let me help you. So for the woman over there, yeah, for the men, yeah, thank you. Like Pak Dewa, sorry, because we haven't got enough space. Yes, thank you. Okay, please. Okay, yeah. So the first one, it will be face to the audience. The second one, we will be like that. So taken by, with all the participants. Okay. The photographer. Okay, so the first one, formal one, please give a smile. 1, 2, 3. Next one, the vocational style. Thank you. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Next one, please, ladies and gentlemen, we look over there. So we will take picture with the audience, yes, with the participants. It will be okay with handphone too. Okay, ready? Still the same position, please, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. The same, but face to that. Please help me. Same position. Thank you, Silva. Okay. Make sure your face. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Ready? Hello, Pak Faid. Yep. Okay. Ready? Okay. 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 Maybe if on the back, if they can see you, can like this. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Sarang Hill style. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you. Please have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat. Now, this is the main agenda. The session delivered by the keynote speaker, Professor Dr. VGR Chandran Govidaraju from University Malaya, Malaysia, moderated by Rahmat Andri Atmoko, SST, MT, the lecturer of Faculty Vocational Studies, Universitas Brawijaya. It will be online by Zoom with the title, Emerging Enterprises Within the Context of Social Innovation and Social Enterprises. The moderator, time is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Desi. Hello, Prof. Chandran. You hear me?
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Moko and will be the moderator in the first session on this morning. So, first of all, welcome to this forum, which promises to be a source of inspiration, discussion, and enlightenment for all of us. So today we delve into a topic of utmost importance and relevance to our evolving times. Title of this session is Emerging Enterprises, Positioning Social Entrepreneurs for Sustainable Development. As we know it, our current era is characterized by myriad change and challenge, from the pressing shift in climate to global disparities. Innovative and sustainable solutions are increasingly crucial. Amid these challenges, emerging enterprises, especially those led by social entrepreneurs, become a new hope in navigating change and creating a positive impact in sustainable development. By combining innovation, entrepreneurship, and social purpose, they are not merely crafting solutions to urgent societal issues, but also unlocking economic opportunities and enhancing collective well-being. And who better to provide insight into this context than an expert in the field? So in this morning and today, we are extremely fortunate to be joined by a highly influential and insightful individual in the realm of social entrepreneurship and sustainable development. So allow me to introduce Professor Chandra Govindaraju from the University Malaya, Malaysia. And for your information, University Malaya is the most prestigious and oldest higher education institute in Malaysia. It is ranked 65 in KS World University Ranking on 2024. PGR Chandran is the Professor of Industrial Development at the Department of Development Studies, Faculty of Business and Economics at University Malaya. He has also worked as Principal Analyst of Economic and Policy Studies with Malaysian Industry Government Group for High Technology, Prime Minister Department, Malaysia. He holds a PhD in Economic, and his research interests are mainly on innovation, technology development, trade, and globalization that relate to industrial development. His field research covers sectors such as electrical and electronics, automotive, food, chemical, palm oil, machinery, iron, steel, ICT, and the newly emerging sector, renewable energy. He has extensive fieldwork covering the Asian region that include countries like Indonesia, Vietnam, Singapore, India, China, Thailand, and Malaysia. And in recent years, his research interest expanded into investigating newly emerging enterprises with the context of social innovation and social enterprise, as well as open innovation. And also, he currently serves as Vice Dean, Value Creation and Enterprise at the Faculty of Business and Economics, University Malaya, Malaysia. Prof. Chandran is not only recognized as a stellar academic, but also as someone with high dedication towards developing and supporting social entrepreneurship in this region. He has led and been involved in numerous research and initiatives focused on the development of social enterprise and the creation of positive social impact through the business. Without further ado, let's welcome Professor Chandran Govindaraju to deliver the keynote and take us deeper into understanding how emerging enterprises and social entrepreneurs can be powerful catalysts in achieving sustainable development. For Professor Chandran, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me share my slides first before we move on. Can you see the slides, please?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so let me start on this. Good morning to everyone. Selamat pagi to the rectors, to the deans, to the HODs, and also ladies and gentlemen, the participants as well. Today, what I'm going to deliver is basically on looking into how do we position the social entrepreneurs to achieve the Sustainable Development Goal agenda within a country across different regions and so forth. Yeah. So this is basically a study that we have done together with Dr. Bhaskaran and Dr. Sonia, which is sponsored by the government. So the argument here is basically to look into how do we position social enterprise and how do we develop them further so that we can leverage on those types of enterprises to address some of the market failure that we have with regards to sustainable development. So basically, we know that social entrepreneurs play a critical role in achieving sustainable development goals, because in certain areas, market are not interested in contributing, and we have large failures in terms of market organizing those activities. So in that context, social entrepreneurship can be a catalyst for us to achieve some of this agenda that we set forward. I believe many of the policymakers nowadays are looking into developing strategies and policies to promote social enterprise. Indeed, in some countries, the government have tried to establish social enterprise accreditation system and also establish national certification system so that we can legitimize the social enterprise to contribute greatly towards the development goal at a larger context. Yeah. So in that perspective, I think it's very important for us to understand how social enterprise works within a country, how they can be positioned, and how they can play a critical role in terms of helping us to achieve some of these important sustainability agendas within the country. However, what we find is there is no comprehensive mapping of those social enterprises for us to understand further how we can even promote students to engage in social enterprise, for instance. And there's no serious research in terms of measuring the impact of social enterprises in the development context. And we also believe there's no source of information for researchers to engage in it. So in this presentation, what I will be sharing here is basically to address some of this knowledge deficiency that we have within the context of social enterprise, and then put up a case about how some of these social enterprises contributed and what kind of policy lessons that we can draw out of these to promote social enterprise for the social sustainable development perspective. Yeah? So I'll go into some details on that. So how do the social enterprise create values? Yeah? So here we are looking into social values that is much neglected by the private sectors at large, right? So the term social entrepreneurship here is basically referring to a growing number of organizations that creates more efficient models to cater to the basic needs of humankind. That market does not really prepared to serve in many contexts. So not only the market, but also the institutions, right? If you're depending only on government to drive certain social agenda or even sustainability agenda, then the burden for the government will be larger. So I think merging this idea of social enterprise in terms of fulfilling some of the needs for sustainable development goals would be something which is critical for us to look into. So the argument here is basically we can look into how this sector can profoundly impact and create value in that sense through new business models and so on. Even some of the NGOs currently are turning themselves into social enterprise because that model is more sustainable than being just NGOs, non-government organizations, which are non-profit oriented. But sustainability is another issue. In many cases, NGOs are not sustainable because they don't have a model that can finance their operations to move forward. So social enterprise is a kind of hybrid system where you do have kind of business model that serves the society. At the same time, you do have the social missions within the context of the enterprise. So this is an appealing model that we can look into so that we can move forward in terms of contributing at a larger context, not only economically, but also in terms of social values within the system itself. right? So in that manner, social enterprise plays a very important role. And currently, there is a lot of emphasis on not only the economic development in terms of growth, but also in terms of a more balanced growth, considering the social and environmental perspective within the development context. So in that nature, social enterprise can also create value at the larger context. Later, I'll show you some examples of the cases that we went through to share some ideas about how they operate and how do they put themselves in position to drive economically certain activities and also some of the social and environmental agendas within the context of social enterprise. So the research was undertaken for some time. So basically what we used in studying social enterprise in Malaysia is that we use a qualitative approach because it gives a richer information for us. So it's more for exploratory study that we have engaged in. And data was collected from different sources. We interviewed the social enterprises, and we also use certain secondary data to substantiate some of the evidences that we find within the context of the study. So for the interview, we have covered about 20 social enterprises from 4 clusters. Clusters here refers to the region of the study. One is mainly in Klang Valley. The other one is in Penang. And then we also covered Sabah and Sarawak in order for us to understand how they have contributed in creating values and what are the challenges they face, whereby we require certain policy intervention for us to position them to contribute more. Right, so this is a bit of the typology of social enterprise. We want to understand how do they really operate. So we have mapped out the 20 cases, 20 social enterprises that we have interviewed. So if you look at the context of contribution in terms of development areas, they largely differ. So some are focusing on biodiversity conservation, some are on education development, right? Some on environmental conservation, and some are on social welfare. And the sectors differ, and that gives us a more kind of information about how we can position them to contribute to different social elements and environmental elements within the context of sustainability. And the focus of clients in terms of serving the clients, some they go into rural and urban areas, some they focus on rural areas, like the target beneficiaries for some are the underserved communities in the rural areas, for instance, in the context of a certain organization. Some they are serving a larger society, so it's more of the public itself. Some are focusing on the environmental aspect of it, and most of it are based on mission-centric. It means they have a very clear mission and targets of what they want to do in terms of contributing to the sustainability issues, right? So they are creating value in that sense. And if you look at the operating model of these enterprises, some they go for fee for service model, some they try to link themselves with the market itself so that they can create value for the market in the larger context. Some they look into specific services that can be subsidized through their intervention. So that is service subsidization model. Or some are also looking into organizational support model. And structure-wise, they are same entity within the context of the social enterprise. So here it gives you a glimpse of how do they operate so that you can get some idea about how do we position them and how that contributes to the larger context of sustainability. And also for students, this gives you an idea about how you can also think about new business models and how do you put forward those models in order to support some of the initiatives that is being planned in your development plans in your respective countries. Yeah, so I'm sharing some of this part of it. So some of the other organizations are also focusing nearly on the same sectors. So here you can see this few cases or social enterprises. Their focus is more on socioeconomy. One of the social enterprise, PECOS, is looking into agriculture, and they are trying to target the underserved community in this perspective. And most of it as a mission-centric kind of orientation. So they're very strong into the mission in contributing and creating values for the society or even for the environment. Okay, and the last three social enterprise, again, they're looking into areas like urban sustainable living. So here, the sector they're involved in is like infrastructure and utilities, right? Agriculture and waste management, right? And some are focusing on rural and urban, and while others are focusing on urban areas as well. So here also you can see the operating model, which are a bit different across different cases. Which deserves some attention for us, because the sustainability of the social enterprise is very critical. So you have to also think about how do you balance the social mission and also balance the financing of your social enterprises, so that you will not be dependent on someone at a longer period of time. Yeah? So that you can be self-financing and self-sustaining in the long period of time. How do they create value within the context of social enterprises? So here we have captured some of the values which is created by the 20 social enterprises. For instance, the first one, 100% project. They are supporting public school teachers and students with teaching and learning materials. So that the idea is to support better teaching quality, so that there will be better learning outcomes out of the students, and that improves the talent management within the context of the country, especially in the rural areas, for instance. Yeah, so those kind of supports are critical for them to move forward in terms of providing quality education within the context of schooling. The second case, you can see they're creating jobs and income for rural underprivileged women. So their target is looking into women per se, and then providing them the necessary skills and competencies by looking into creating jobs for them. Yeah. The third one, you can see they're looking into ecotourism and wild protection, so they're contributing in that sense. The fourth one, you can see supporting and tutoring public school students and so forth. So if you look at the cases, you can understand how they are creating values, social values, specifically in this context, and how that would, that would help us to achieve some of these sustainable development goals that we have committed largely within the context of the country, right? So here, the evidence clearly shows that they can play a greater role, but then we still have some challenges that needs some policy intervention, so that we can position them in a greater context in promoting some of this social value creation within the context of the country. In terms of social enterprises market types, social enterprise operate under market failure conditions, so that potentially there's a niche market that they can look into, which are deemed unattractive to many of the for-profit businesses. Yeah, so if we can find those gaps, then we can encourage such enterprise to maneuver themselves and then serve this kind of potential market, niche market, where the private sectors are not interested in, right? So when we look into the market types served by these social enterprises, out of the 20 sample social enterprises, 11 operate in a niche and exclusive market. What they do is they offer unique product and experiences that others are not operating. So in this context, creativity and innovation are very critical. So if you are trying to operate an social enterprise, then you need to look into how you could create a new niche area in terms of product or services that can provide better experience within the context of the social mission that you have. Yeah. And among that, only 5 are operating the mass and open market competition with for-profit businesses and so on. So largely those social enterprises, they identify niche market within the context of the services and products they offer, right? And the target market can be business to customers. Okay, some of them are directly contributing to the user. It can be business to business as well, and it can be business to government as well. So these are some of the critical areas that you need to look into. So if you are interested in starting up a social enterprise, then you need to look into what will be your niche market that you're going to serve, right? And then how would be your target kind of customers in this perspective, right? So it can be customers, it can be end users, it can be the businesses or even the government in many sense. Yeah. So in that nature, I think it depends on your mission, and you have to align this mission towards your target markets. Yeah? The other one is that social enterprises have opportunities in accessing the business to government market by virtue of operating in the social sectors. Yeah? So in many cases, it can be a combination as well. So if you have a public schooling, for instance, and social enterprise can also contribute in many different ways, yeah, in terms of offering, say, so better quality education and so forth. Yeah. Sometimes being an education institution, we are very reserved because we use our own resources, but there's a lot of engagement that you can do, right? So that requires kind of changes in rules and regulations within the university or within the schooling system, so that we can allow the participation of other actors within the context of improving the quality of education. So in this sense, there's an entry point for the social enterprises to also contribute. So that can be business to government kind of market, which can be very effective in many ways. Yeah. And then B2B, a business to business, includes corporate social responsibility projects. So social enterprise also provides some kind of support for the private sectors, especially when the private sector has this mission of corporate social responsibility. A lot of private sectors also run social CSR projects, which can be bound together with the role of the social enterprise. So we can ensure that private sectors are also engaging in financing some of these corporate social responsibility projects, whereby the social enterprise can contribute greatly. Yeah? So that is also very evident in the case of Malaysia. But again, now corporate social responsibility had been brought forward to a different level, right? So now the ESG framework, for instance, are coming very strong, whereby companies have to report their sustainability engagement, right? And sustainability reporting has become a standard for many of the publicly listed companies. And it's going to be a global standard as well. So if your companies are exporting somewhere else globally, then you should be socially responsible and also environmentally responsible in that sense, right? So in some of these contexts, social enterprise can be a support system for the private sectors in many ways, yeah, especially to contribute to social engagement agenda of the private companies, because sometimes the private companies may have resource constraint, and this support system can be created with a greater integrity and alignments, yeah, with the private sectors. Okay, so here we mapped up a kind of market channel they use, the beneficiary market, the target market, and so on. So as I earlier mentioned, the target market can be like domestic customers, it can be small customers, it can be also large companies, domestic SMEs, domestic government and non-profit organizations, or even foreign customers, which are supporting some of these social enterprise. Yeah. How do they market? Basically, they use word of mouth kind of channel, which is effective but very limited, online marketing channel, and they also use digital technology to some extent nowadays. Yeah? So your social media and other technology, right? And we believe that the technology has a lot of catalyzing role to play in bridging the gaps between social enterprise and also the private owners of the companies. So the beneficiary can be very targeted in this nature. Yeah, so it can be whether it's rural or urban, it can be in terms of specific society, within the context of the country, and so forth. So these are some of the mappings that we have done. Yeah. What we find is also that social enterprises, although they are developing rapidly within the context of the country, there are still a lot of challenges for the social enterprises to support themselves financially, right? So we have looked into what are the sources of financing for the social enterprises for them to sustain themselves in the long run. And then we see they are using a diverse kind of engagement in terms of financing. Some financing are being created by the government themselves. That is basically to promote more social enterprise so that you can create more social values. So the funding comes from the government themselves, right? So that is seed funding. And then there is also a lot of grants which is given by the government in order to promote social enterprises to achieve certain gaps that we have within the development context. So you can see we have mapped out that within the context of social enterprise in terms of where they are getting funding and so forth. Yeah. So what is needed here, if you look at the mapping, I think long-term financing is very important for them to sustain and to continue their mission in terms of creating social values. So in that perspective, there's a requirement for them to look into a more sustainable model for them to finance themselves. Currently, it is very in an infant stage in terms of financing, but I think with the new regulations coming in terms of ESG and other things, they can find more avenue in financing their operations to create more social values for the society and also for the country. What are the challenges? So we also mapped up some of the challenges. Key challenges is like, lack of business skills. So they don't really have those kind of skills, especially if the social enterprise is run by students. We also have students who have created successful social enterprise. So in that sense, they need to be, exposed to the management skills, the communication skill, the marketing skill, and those kind of things, so that they can move forward. Yeah. The other challenge that they have is the access to market. Right, there's a lot of stigma and negative perception about social enterprises. There's lack of recognition and credibility in terms of social enterprises and so on. But I think the government can play a role in terms of uplifting the binding constraints that we have, so that we can maneuver some of these challenges and then promote social enterprise to move forward. Yeah. Of course, the other important challenge is funding, expertise, and human resources. Yeah. Balancing the cost and the welfare agenda that the social enterprise has within them. Yeah. Of course, the key factor to overcome some of these challenges are innovation, creativity. So not only about the product and services, but also in terms of how do you market the new unique product and services that you have creatively, right? So how do you position yourself in terms of business? And how do you move forward in terms of strategies to sustain yourself? Yeah, so that is very critical. Yeah. So these are some of the things that we have looked into. What are the contributing factors? Now, basically, the owner themselves are very eager in terms of creating social values. So that really drives the social enterprise at this stage. So in that sense, the entrepreneur capabilities are very critical, so that they can identify critical entry points for them to contribute, say, to social value, or also for environmental values. Yeah. So those are things that we have to map out. Yeah. Some they are being able to sustain because they have better market access. So they use multiple sources of income, like grants and also market income, by providing certain unique services and product. Yeah. The other support programs are very critical for them to sustain, especially if you have better volunteers to support the social enterprises, right? So when we design, say, internship programs for the students, then we can also think about how students can go into social enterprises and then contribute or offer themselves in terms of skills and other knowledge to the social enterprise. So that is one perspective. So the link between different actors within the economic system are very critical for us to support the development of social enterprises. Philanthropic is one key area, right? So that contributes in terms of financing, and that would sustain the social enterprise in a longer period of time. Okay, a bit on, so I've given an idea about how they're operating, in what perspective they are creating values, social values and environmental values for us to achieve the sustainable development goals. But also, I think in many cases, these social enterprises are still at the infancy stage. They have a lot of challenges and also critical problems within the context of social enterprise. So I'm going to talk about a bit on what are the policy lessons that we can take from here so that we can promote social enterprise and position them much effectively for sustainable development. Yeah. I think number one, the government needs to introduce relatively less complex process to accord to legal status to social enterprise. So it's very important for us to legitimize the social enterprise, because only by then we can ensure that there is a responsibility on the part of social enterprise in creating values, for certain sustainable development goals and so forth, right? So it is very important for us to develop the social enterprise ecosystem in this perspective. Facilitating greater participation also is required between public and private sector, so that they can create a support system for the social enterprises. The other one is that we need to support in terms of creating more innovative services and support programs for the more mature social enterprises, and also NGOs who are trying to become social enterprises, so that we can ensure the NGOs are more sustainable in the long run, right? So there's a struggle of how do we position NGOs within the context of the country. So here, what we find is that most of the NGOs are in a weaker position because they don't have a critical business kind of models or more sustainable models for them to contribute in the longer period of time. And then the linkages need to be promoted. The other actors like UNISTRI can play a very critical role here, right, in supporting the social enterprise ecosystem, right? Because UNISTRI also have some social missions at large. Yeah? So in this context, they can play a more proactive role in incorporating total entrepreneurship in the teaching and learning, and also courses in that perspective. Not only in terms of curriculum development, but also in terms of directly supporting some of the existing social enterprises that you have within the context of your country, right? Next, I think it's very critical for us to build a robust and effective ecosystem for the social enterprises. And for this perspective, if you are trying to create certain policy, then there is a need for you to map up the social enterprise sector in the country, especially by doing a survey, national survey, to identify who they are and so on, and how do we position them at a greater details so that they can contribute to some of this development agenda that the country has. Yeah. As different markets and beneficiaries of social enterprise pose different challenges, social enterprise and intermediaries need to be finding different solutions as well, right? So if you look at, just now I discussed about which are the markets they are targeting, who are the beneficiaries and so on. So in that context, we find that their challenges are also a bit different. So the policy can be driven towards looking into what are the kind of challenges that each of these different social enterprises are facing, then find certain solutions or even support system to overcome some of these challenges. So in that perspective, we have to be a bit targeted so that we can kind of uplift these social enterprises to contribute more. Yeah. The other policy recommendation here, policy lesson, is that policymakers need to focus on development of the intermediaries within the context of the ecosystem. And intermediary here can be some support system in terms of financing, for instance, which are favoring stakeholders' participation in this social enterprise across all sectors. Yeah, like providing non-financial incentive or even financial incentive. Yeah, so it can be partly the job of the government, and it also can be partly the job of other actors within the economic system, right? So that could be something that we can look into, yeah, to propel the engagement of social enterprises so that we can use them or we can leverage them in terms of achieving some of the sustainable development goals, right? As social entrepreneurship has the potential for reducing poverty and inequality, especially between the rural and urban communities, I think sustainable development goals and inclusive growth objectives should be embedded in the context of the social enterprise ecosystem framework. I think it's very important for us to have a better integrated framework for us to ensure that each actor plays their role within the context of creating this social enterprise, right, within the context of the country. So these are some of the lessons that I can share with you during the conference here today. So I hope that it has given you some idea about how social enterprise has moved forward in Malaysia. And we are also giving some policy ideas to the government, how to strengthen the ecosystem through our research. So that would be something that we will be looking forward so that it can be implemented successfully. So we are working together with the institutions which are promoting social enterprise in Malaysia closely. And we hope that we can leverage on them and then move the agenda further to make a success case in terms of how to position the social enterprise within the context of the country, right? So I hope this gives you some idea. So back to you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Sandra. This topic is very interesting and refreshment for all of us. But therefore, I invite the audience from student or from lecturers here to ask question or discuss about the topic presented by Prof. Chandra. Come on, please. Maybe from lecture or okay. Pak Adi. Wait a moment. Wait a moment. Wait a moment. Okay, Mr. Aji, from lecture from our faculty.
Thank you, Prof. Chandran. I am Aji Suseno Aji, one of the vocation lecturer who visit the University of Malaya and at 2022 and meet with Prof. Chandran last year. Yeah.
I'm sure I can't hear you.
Ya, alhamdulillah. Sehat, Prof. Sehat selalu, Prof. Okay, Prof. As we know, many social organizations have bad or maybe very bad governance. And thus, many organizations, a social organization, I mean, they stole the asset from the public. This is the.
Sorry, the voice is not clear.
The song not clear. The song is not
okay. Not clear.
Hello, Prof. Chandra.
Oleh, Bro. Hello.
I cannot hear you. Sorry. It's very soft.
Oh, very soft. How about my voice? It's clear. It's clear. My voice.
Yeah, your voice is okay. Yes.
Maybe I have Mr. Moko have me to your question.
Mic-nya bermasalah.
Okay, no, Mr. Moko maybe have me to read your
okay.
To your
by chat.
Okay, Prof. Maybe Mr. Moko that can.
Okay, Mr. Aji will send question. Maybe I will give you a question, Prof.
Yeah, sure.
From me, because I come from the information technology department. Maybe it is related with your goal about innovation and sustainable solution. My question is about how can technological innovation can drive the development of sustainable solution in social entrepreneurship. Maybe it is my question. And from Pak Aji, I will maybe later.
Okay, so I think there are many ways to look into how technology can play a role, especially currently we have these emerging technologies, right? So we have done a research like how technology helps in terms of urban mobility, for instance, or even how technology helps in terms of healthcare system and reducing costs or even in improving productivity, right? So in that sense, I think there are many ways that you can look into how some of this emerging technology can contribute to sustainability solutions, because sometimes it can be more cost effective, okay, when you come up with a more creative models in terms of solving some of these sustainable solutions, right? I can give you some example on agriculture sector, for instance, which are largely belonging to the poorer society, right? The farmers, for instance, and so on. So some technologies can be used more effectively in this sense. Like, for instance, let's assume I use simple social media technology to give farmers the market information, for instance, right? So that market information with regards to pricing, with regards to types of crops, which is highly in demand, for instance, and so forth, will kind of leverage the farmers to be more effective and more productive in that sense. Yeah, even you can cut off the middleman within the context of the value chain, right? So in that context, you can think about a social enterprise which provide these kind of services for the farmers, right? With a kind of reasonable kind of model, whereby it helps the farmers to be more effective. It helps the farmers in terms of being more productive, so that you have more yield, less losses from the crops and so forth, or even in terms of using less materials and inputs for the agriculture sector, for instance, right? So technology can play a catalyzed role here in this context, but we need certain agents to bring this to the farmers to a larger extent. Yeah. So these agents can be anyone. And I think social enterprise can also play this role if they have those kind of knowledge, right? And also expertise and competencies in where they can create simple kind of technology or platforms to kind of uplift this unserved society, so that they can improve their income earnings and so forth. So if you have students from engineering, if you have students from, say, businesses, they can work together, right? Create these kind of simple platforms or even simple technology that can be used effectively by the community at large. Yeah. So it's not only the farmer, but also in larger context, you can look into other markets as well, right? So that's how the power of technology. So now people are using precision farming, for instance. So you use less water. All this don't require a lot of high tech. All this requires simple technology, right? And all this requires kind of linking information from one another. So you can use simple IoT, for instance, in order for us to engage and collect this kind of data for them, and then offering them a kind of service, simple service with a very reasonable, say, pricing, for instance, for them to engage more effectively. Or even connecting market, yeah, like e-commerce platforms can be used to connect market. We have a kind of social enterprise in Malaysia which sells vegetables, local vegetables, which are not in the market. So they source these local vegetables from the indigenous farmers themselves, and they coordinate farmers community in this context to get the sustainable supply within the for the market itself. So the consumer and the farmers together in this context. So there's a lot of opportunity actually with technology. But the issue will be, how do we use that creatively, number one. And this technology requires kind of multidisciplinary engagement, right? So meaning, say, you have to bring different expertise within the context of the team for you to offer a creative solution, right? So the domain knowledge is not just from one area, but it cut across many different areas. So it means if you have faculty of business cannot work alone. They have to work with other faculties, say so like engineering or computer science, for instance, to come up with these kind of creative solutions, right? And university has a greater role in this context as well, because university is more comprehensive, because their domain knowledge is much wider, and they can use this as the kind of pilot projects for this to engage in creative solutions for sustainability, and at the same time encourage entrepreneurship as the one of the mission for the university. So, okay. I hope that answers the question.
It's very, very clear, Prof. Many contribution, I think, that we can to contribute to this field, from information technology to preaching the information, right? Propose teaching information from the market, and that maybe to the market. Okay, maybe there is another question, Prof. From to Hafrida. Hafrida. Okay. Okay, from live chat. I can read this. Question is about sort of financing. The question is there any return of investment that such company want from social enterprise, and how is the mechanism?
Okay, so just now I showed that the source of financing for social enterprises. So in Malaysia, what happened was that the government wanted to encourage more social enterprises. So therefore, they have designed certain programs within the context of the country. So they had like seed funding for us to kickstart the social enterprise culture, because when you see certain market, you may not have any existing social enterprises. So in order to do that, then we say that this is the market failure. Then in order to kickstart this new types of business model at the beginning, I think it's very important for the government to support, right? So in that order, what happened in Malaysia was they were giving seed funding, they were giving grants so that they can kind of create social enterprises when they started earlier, right? But I think that is one way that you can look into of how you want to promote your social enterprise. But this way is not sustainable at a longer period of time. Okay, what the transition that need to happen in this context is that the social enterprise themselves have to find a creative solution in order to finance their own operation. Okay, it means they have to find a niche market in this context, so that the market itself can kind of contribute to your revenue generation, and that revenue generation will be used for social missions, right? So you have to kind of hybrid the system so that you have certain revenue streams or financing streams in your organization, and at the same time, you don't drift from your social missions or any mission that you have to a larger context to contribute to the sustainable development agenda, right? So I think that creativity is very important. So I can share one example. So there's one social enterprise. They were connecting users and suppliers of gas cylinders that is used in households. Okay, and then later they found a business model to sustain themselves, whereby they went into recycling. They know that recycling is kind of new industry which is emerging, and one of the problems in the recycling industry is that there is a problem of collection. Okay, so what they did is that they collected this recycled materials from the households by looking into a different type of model, whereby the households will send those recycled materials to the sundry shops, whereby the sundry shops becomes a collection agent, and that will be used in the context of recycling some of these items. And there's an incentive for customers to recycle as well. So they are given incentive in terms of discounts, in terms of buying certain products through their app. Yeah. So these are some creative solutions where we are trying to find certain revenue streams so that they can sustain a longer period of time. So I think when we discuss a social enterprise, you have to think about the long run implications financially and how you're going to sustain that so that you can contribute far better than just depending on, say, grant system or even other financing from the government itself. So I think that requires a lot of creativity, that requires a lot of thinking within the context of the market that you're entering. Yeah.
Okay, this now. Okay, thank you, sir. For the time because the time for the session is run out, I will convey Mr. Eji question via email to Prof. Chandran. Sorry. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are at the end of the session, and I would like to thank you, Prof. Chandran, who agreed to be present and was the keynote speaker at this conference. Thank you, Prof. And we hope to see you in other program and activities. And we really hope that the relationship and collaboration between Faculty of Vocational Studies at Universitas Brawijaya and Faculty of Business and Economic at University Malaya can be improved through various activities and program. We hope. Thank you, Prof. Goodbye. Good morning, and thank you. Thank you, and I, as the moderator, have a permission to end this session. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation. Thank you.
Thank you for Professor Dr. VGR Chandran A.L. Goviranju from University Malaya for the great session and also the great moderator. And next one, still with Professor Dr. VGR Chandran A.L. Goviranju from University Malaya. It's time for certificate session.
Sorry, Prof. Chandran.
Certificate session
Oh,
given by Faculty of Vocational Studies. Please give applause.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you.
Next one, we will continue the session, ladies and gentlemen. Now it's time for the session given by the first invited speaker who come on site in here, Joy On BSC, the founder of FX Media Singapore, moderated by M. Arif Nasaruddin, SSN MDS, our graphic design lecturer, with the title Digital Technology on Immersive Media. Please give applause.
Hello. Hi, good morning, everybody. It's with great honor to be invited here. My name is Joey. I'm representing FX Media, one of the industry partner of Universitas Brawijaya. So it's also a great pleasure to be invited here because it's my first time ever in Surabaya and Malang. So I have been here for less than 24 hours, but I have already been feeling the warmth of the weather and also the warmth of the people here. And all the people I've met so far, from the people who drove me to the hotel, the people at the hotel, the place we had dinner, I feel very welcomed by all the friendliness and the warmth of the people over here. So thank you very much once again. Let us start with our session. Okay. can you, hello, excuse me. Can you go to the next slide, please?
Please move to the next slide.
All right, so just a quick overview of what we're going to talk about today. We'll give you a quick run through of what the company does, who we are. We'll talk about immersive multimedia, or particularly what is extended reality. And also, we all know that the technology world changes very fast, right? Whatever is the buzzword today may be gone in a few years' time, right? Technology adoption sometimes goes this way, and sometimes, like for example, if you talk about iPhone or whatever, it goes this way, and then everybody gain great acceptance. Bitcoin or cryptocurrency go this way, and next thing disappear. In a few months, it disappear, right? So we are here to do a reality check. We will share with you our views of what XR technology is all about, as well as which direction it's going, and also some of the market researchers, what are the market researchers saying, what are all the big boys in technology saying. Okay, so before we jump into that, can I just have a few of who thinks that extended reality technology, meaning augmented reality and virtual reality, is on an upward trend? Who thinks it's going on an upward trend? No show of hand. Who thinks it's on an upward trend? Okay, then who thinks it's on a downward trend? Who thinks it's going to die? Who think virtual reality, augmented reality is going to die? It's going downwards. I see one hand. So, I mean, what happened to the rest? Do you think that, can you all hear me? Can, right? Okay. Okay, maybe I should try one more time. Who thinks that virtual reality, augmented reality is on an upward trend? Please put out your hand. How about a downward trend? Who thinks it's on a downward trend? Okay, one person thinks it's not going anywhere, going down, right? Okay. All right. So in the next few slides, I'll be sharing with you we started in 1994. So all this while we have been in software development, and particularly in the area of design and computer graphics related stuff. So that's where our core strength is. We are good at beautifying software development, right? So in about 10 years ago, when at the start of consumerization of VR, when Oculus released their first VR headset, we jumped on board, and we are one of the pioneers in this space. So we have gone through their developers kit. That means the pre-production headsets and so on until today, right? So we have been in the industry for 29 years. Next year will be our 30th year, and our current focus is a lot more on AR and VR and MR as well. Okay. Can we get the next slide, please? Okay, just to have a quick show of all the different customers that we have over here. So these over the years, we have collected quite a lot of happy customers. And just to show you a few of these names over here. So at a glance, you know that there are quite a lot of government bodies. There are quite a lot of even commercial companies. And also you notice that if you notice some of these logos, we actually see a lot of success in education sector. A lot of our customers here are universities, and they're using this kind of immersive technology to train their students and also to make their curriculum more exciting. So the top universities in Singapore, NUS, NTU, SIT, SUSS, they're all using VR technology, and they are our customers, right? Next, please. Okay, quick definition of what is extended reality. Can you tap one more time? So extended reality basically is a term that covers a range of technologies that creates immersive and interactive experience by combining and altering the physical as well as the virtual world. So in short, we are talking about AR, VR, and MR, right? Anybody doesn't know what is AR, VR, or MR? Augmented reality, virtual reality, and mixed reality. Anybody doesn't know? Okay, I mean, this is not new. Probably you already know. I will not go into the detailed definition. But let me just show you what goes on in the industry and what are the industry thinking about. What are the research, market research, what the industry, which direction we are going into. Okay, can we get the next slide, please? Okay, from this very recent report, noting the date, it says November last year, right? So this is a report by IDC. So IDC has forecasted strong growth for AR and VR. And it says that last year is supposed to be 13.8 billion, not million, billion. And this year is going to be, in 2026, 3 more years' time, it's going to reach 50.9 billion economy. So it's a very big market out there. And that actually means that the compounded annual growth rate is 32.3%, all right? Which means every year 32.3, 32.3, 32.3. Okay, so it's a growing trend, it's on a growing trend. But let's take a look at what other reports are saying, okay? So this is the other one from Acumen. So this number is a little bit higher than the 32.3%. This one says it's 38.5. So CAGR basically means compounded annual growth rate. So they're saying that it's higher. And if you take a look at this, the dominating region, the people who are using most of this technology or adopting this technology, actually is based in Asia Pacific, where we are at, right? And this is even more impressive. It says by 2030, in 7 years' time, it's going to be $451 billion industry, all right? So they are expecting this thing to become mainstream and everybody starts adopting it, not just at the enterprise level or at only the rich people can afford kind of thing. It's going to go masses. Cool. And then this one is something that I mentioned earlier on. I say that we do see that we do have customers coming from all different sectors, but the one that we see most success is in terms of education. So this chart shows that it says that from 2018 to 2025, the educational technology spending. If you take a look at this, yes, there are a lot of things that the universities are interested in. But if you take a look at this, augmented reality, if you can see on the left side is actually augmented reality. And then artificial intelligence, robotics, and blockchain. Right? All these are the hot topics, but where are the people spending the money in education sector? So this chart actually shows that AR, VR is the area that they are spending more money on, right? And this is, another proof of this is that even for UB, you guys are going to have your first VR lab next year, right? It's currently currently building, and you're going to have your first VR lab next year. So yeah, correct. You guys are going to have it, okay? So that shows that once again proves that the spending is real. People are really investing into it. It may be expensive to some, but sooner or later the price is going to come down to reasonable, acceptable for consumers, right? Okay, another way to look at this thing is also, I want to share is that how about the differences between the AR and VR? How much do people spend on each side? Okay, just bear in mind the left side and right side are not to scale, just to show you. So this slide tells me two things. One is that, first of all, currently the majority of the spending is in VR. 70% of the XR spending goes to VR and 30% goes to AR. And then this slide further breaks down to show like which are the industry that's growing, right? There's gaming, there's hardware, it involves enterprise using it, ad spending, location-based kind of AR, VR, and non-games-based kind of application. Okay, so it's a bit impossible to see everything, but I just want you to take note of all the different color bar. Notice that every single segment is growing. Every single industry segment is growing, right? So with that said, it's definitely on an upward trend, and there's not a single industry here shown here that is shrinking. Either they are growing faster than the other or a bit slower, that's all, right? So other than reports, we also want to know what are the industry tech giants thinking, right? So first we have, anybody knows what is this? from Meta, okay, from the former Facebook. So this is Meta Quest 3 that has been released and has been announced, right? So they have done their third version. They are putting a lot of bet in this area of technology. And this is, like I mentioned, these are not just industry finding, small boys doing the job. These are industry tech giants, right? So, and also there's another industry tech giant that is big on the hardware portion. Does anybody know why is it? There's another industry tech giant, consumer electronic company, that has also made announcement in investment in terms of the XR space. Anybody have an idea who is that I'm talking about? Okay, can we show the next slide, please? Apple Vision Pro. Okay, we all know that Apple is very good at revolutionizing technologies. So when everybody is using the candy bar phone, feature phone, Apple came out with smartphone, and it wowed the whole world. Okay, so for the past 15 years, should be 15 years because it's iPhone 15, right? So for the past 15 years, they have not come up with anything new, right? So some things that this is going to be the future of mobile technology. I'm sure that this thing is not something that will replace iPhone today, but I'm not too sure. I've given it another 5 more iterations or so, it might replace. Remember when iPhone first came out, it says that it will also replace the iPod. Then we were thinking, no, I can't be that. iPod is very useful. I will use my iPod. But iPod gets merged into the iPhone. Am I right? So Apple is very good at transforming consumers' mindset. And the vision, the way they execute things are different from most of the other industry technologies company out there. So with that, I would confidently say that this is something, XR technology space is something for us to continue looking forward to, and it will reach out to more and more people with the support from all these tech giants out there. All right? Okay, so with that, I'll close off by saying that if you, just now, some of you here has doubt that this is going a downward trend, right? So I can share, I cannot guarantee you, but I'm just sharing with you with the facts that market researchers as well as the big tech companies have already jumped in, and it's not something new. They have already been in this for many years. And then it's something that, especially when Apple steps in, I think we're going to see some major changes, right? So welcome you to join us in this industry. And if the internship program from our company is open, feel free to apply. We would love to have more and more interns from UB. We have already been industry partner with UB since year 2000, the start of COVID. And this is the third year we are accepting students, right? So we hope to continue having this industry partner relationship with UB. And hopefully we'll see more and more stars of tomorrow. We already have a few superstar staff from our company that is from UB. Yeah. All right.
Okay.
With that, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Joy. Give applause to him. Now we come to sharing session. Is there any question for him? Maybe the student or maybe the lecturer, please. Oh yeah, please.
Wow, I'm so glad we have questions. See, I'm feeling the warm again.
Check. Hello everyone, my name is Rolanda Afrila. You can call me Roland. I'm from Business Administration.
Okay.
My question first. Okay. What is the advantage and lack of a media company FX? And I from business administration, and we can we can do internship for company. Thank you.
I think your question is whether we hire biz admin people. So far, actually, it's a good area for us to consider. So far, we have not considered. We have been hiring designers, 3D graphic artists, as well as software developer. But actually, nothing is stopping us from hiring biz admin students. Yeah, I think we can have a think about that. Thanks for the reminder. Yeah, I think it's a it's an area we can explore. Yeah, I'm sure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, maybe, is there any question?
Yeah, over there.
Okay.
Hello everyone, my name is Ferdianti Kusuma. I'm from Business Administration N1E class. My question, I have two questions. First, we know at the time of the pandemic, metaverse were trending in the conversation. But nowadays, I think metaverse experience a setback. If you analyze the long term, will metaverse be discussed again and many companies enter metaverse? And my second question, does your company have a long-term plan to adapt to technology trend that might not be visible today? Thanks for your question.
Okay, I'm not sure if I get your question correctly. Your first question is about metaverse, right? What's my view on metaverse?
Yeah,
Okay.
about metaverse. About metaverse.
Metaverse.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Metaverse is a term, right? That comes out. In, they start to try to wonder whether this can make them money, and nobody actually figure out a good way to make money, right? Or even those are play to earn kind of metaverse are also not seeing any growth. It's like stagnating. It's like dropping, right? So to me, I think metaverse is one of those hype that will likely go away. It will transform or you'll morph into something else more meaningful. It may not be called metaverse anymore. It may be just called maybe virtual meeting space or like a Horizon from Meta or something like that. So the concept of this metaverse, of this digital space where all of us can be sitting in together, discussing, communicating, interacting with each other is going to stay. But the word metaverse, the term metaverse may go away in future. All right. And I can't. Do I
My
answer the
second question.
Yeah. The second
Do your company have a long-term plan to adapt to technology trend that might not be visible today? Long-term plan about technology trend.
technology trend.
Yes.
That's not visible today.
That's it's visible today.
Oh, that's visible today. Okay. The other big area that I think everybody must have heard starting from last year, right, is ChatGPT, right? Who hasn't heard of ChatGPT?
Yeah, right.
Technology or non-technology, who hasn't heard of ChatGPT? I think everybody have heard of that, right? Basically, we're talking about AI. AI is an area that is definitely on the upward trend. I mean, at the start of computing, artificial intelligence has always been the holy grail of computing, right? They are always trying to mimic the computer, try to make it feel as human as possible. So I think we are now on and for many years, AI hasn't gotten a lot of traction because it wasn't very successful. But finally, we start to see AI working effectively. Is it perfect? No, we are far from perfect, but it's starting to work more effectively compared to the past. And it's also becoming more and more widely acceptable. So it's also more approachable because it's accessible from everywhere. More people get to experience it, not just the top universities or the top research institution, right? So I think AI is the other area that we are investing a lot in. In fact, in our work, although we are in XR, VR, and MR, right? A lot of our work uses AI. For example, if you want to do a quick scene generation or 3D scene generation, just a picture format, whatever, we use AI to do that. When we want to create lip syncing avatars, we use AI to do that. And also in the VR world or in the gaming world, right? We know this thing called the NPC, right? NPC is basically a dumb character in the game that when you go there, either they will keep repeating themselves with the same action or they will just repeat themselves with the same phrase over and over again. So we are also in our space, we are also using AI to be the brain of some of these NPC. So NPC will in future, it's not going to be something stupid. Basically, the NPC, you can go there and ask them anything you want. So they'll be able to answer something either funny or something nonsensical, but it will not be always answering back the same answer. Okay, you'll be more intelligent in future.
Okay, big thanks.
Okay, thank you. Is there any question?
Thank you for the question.
Another question maybe? Okay. It looks like your material is interesting, Mr. Joy. There's many questions on you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Indah. I'm from National Research Institute Agency, BRIN. It's interesting listening to your presentation. So from the perspective of industry, especially at AR, VR, we are doing research on the relation of vocational education and innovation. And we find out that from the publication, we find out that there are many topics about VR, AR, and blockchain. And it's confirmed from your speech today. So from your perspective of industry, what is required from the educational sector to prepare the students, especially to enter the, what we call it, the future world in a way that they will face, what is it, what we call it? Yeah, what should be prepared by the educational sector? Because the demand from the industry in the future is much different from now on, especially in terms of the VR, AR, and blockchain, and so on. Thank you.
Your question came at a very prompt time. Okay, because we have been accepting students from UB for the past 3 years, right? So when the students come in, we were hoping that they can jump on board day one to be able to be productive. So but we did manage to find some gaps that they are unable to do, so that they can't really do a real project. Okay, just to be clear with you, the interns in FX Media that we accepted, they don't come in to just learn. Yes, of course, learning is an important part. But the thing is that those students that come in, they do real projects, meaning that there's a real customer in Singapore or somewhere in Malaysia or somewhere that uses a project, a piece of code or a piece of 3D graphic created by interns. So they don't just do sample projects and things like that. So these are real. So we do see a gap of like whether the things that they are learning. Okay, I would say that in general, whatever you are teaching is good. All right, it's what we need. You guys are providing us with the industry from what we need from the XR perspective. I'm not talking about other industry, but from our XR perspective, we are getting what we need. What we are lacking, we do have a list of things. I think this will be some of the discussion topics we will be having with UB to see whether is there any way we can help inject certain additional topics into your curriculum so that they can be even more usable when they get graduate. Those are how do you call it? Those useful knowledge and skills that they should have. I think in terms of knowledge, it's not so much of lacking, but what we feel in general lacking is in terms of expressions as well as a bit of creativity, right? So I do believe that creativity is highly linked to the culture as well as your exposure, your experience in life. So a lot of times, for example, we say we want to create, let's say, a scene of a shop and there's a riot. And so we ask the developers as well as the 3D graphic artists to create a scene of somebody fighting. When the scene comes out, you look at it, I mean, for common people perspective, you look at it, it's like something is not right. How can, if it's a fighting scene, how can there be children standing around like that standing? Right? You should be, if you have children, it should be a scene where the mother pulling the kid away. Right? So the common sense thing and the creativity is a little bit lacking in those areas. Yeah, that's what we find. So they have the skills to do it. When we tell them, no, the picture is wrong, the posture is wrong. You need to change the posture. Or the background shouldn't look like that. You need to have more, maybe the tables and chairs should be off flip because they're fighting, right? The table and chairs should be off flip on the floor, the broken bottles and things like that. You tell them to do, they will be able to do it. Yeah.
Okay. Maybe one more question. May I? So I see that you have many partner in a business in Indonesia. Is there any collaboration, not in terms of partner in business, but including capacity development with the local industry in Indonesia? Is there any collaboration from home industry at Singapore, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So do you have any collaboration for capacity building with industry in Indonesia?
No, actually we
Oh,
haven't. Yeah,
okay.
we haven't gone into that space yet.
So
Love to.
current business just in terms of partnership for market expansion, or what is sector?
Yeah, for workers hiring, we are actually hiring. We have office in Malang. We have office in Jakarta. So we currently have 7 people in Surabaya.
Okay.
Yeah, and also different parts of Indonesia.
Okay.
So they are hired to become our software developers or our 3D graphic artists or designers.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, maybe one more last question. According the time, so time limitation. Maybe one more question. Which one? Or maybe two participants. Okay. It's okay.
Okay, maybe make it 2.
Okay, 2. Okay.
Hello, my name is Alisa Zahra Ramadhani from Vocational UB School, majoring in interior design. Thank you for your presentation. So I want ask 2 questions. The first is, what are the challenges and limitations associated with immersive media like AR, VR, and how might they be overcome in the future? And for the second question is, are there any ethical or accessibility concerns to keep in mind when incorporating digital technology into immersive media experience like VR and AR? Thank you for your attention.
Second question is any. Sorry.
The second question.
Forgot the first question already.
For the first question, what are the challenges and limitations associated with immersive media like AR or VR? From based on your experience, what are those challenges or limitations, and how we overcome in the future? How we overcome the problems?
Yeah, in the future. Okay. So the current challenges we normally face will be both in terms of finance as well as technology. So financial wise, if you richer companies or if you take a look at the cost of VR or AR in the past, they come from those research from NASA or some of those science institutions that they're like $1 million thing, and the headset are this size, right? Right, to whatever we are wearing today. So it has already come down a lot. It has come down to less than $1,000 kind of price range, which is considered consumer range. But depending on the country you're from, or like based on my understanding from Pak Arif, is that in Indonesia it's still considered expensive, right? So it depends on the country you come from, how developed or how well-to-do the country is. So finance is always a concern, because to start a VR lab, maybe you can share with you how much they spend on that, right? So all the laptops plus the headset itself costs a lot of money. Put into one lab. Can you imagine? So that's the first hurdle. So like I mentioned, once Apple comes in, maybe there'll be a lot more small boys jumping in. Then some of this AR, VR technology headset and the headset, the hardware will become cheaper and cheaper. All right. So this kind of thing, I mean, if you look at the tech world, it's always like that, right? The early adopter always have to pay a high price for the hardware, but give it 10 years down the road, everything will become a lot cheaper, right? Correct. So things will become more affordable. So that's one. The other side will be on the technology perspective. What we see is that a lot of, not 100% of the people, VR particularly, not a lot of people can stand the kind of flashes of images in front of them. Some of them will get motion sickness. They don't feel well after wearing it for a while. All right. So 1 out of 10 we notice has this problem. So things like that can only be resolved when the technology improves, when the refresh rate increase, so that you can trick your eye to make it look like it's real, so that it doesn't feel nausea. And then the other thing is also by spectacle people. So if you're wearing spec, a lot of time you realize you can't put on the goggle. Is the cup size doesn't allow you to fit in the glasses, things like that. So if you take a look at the future, all the headset makers are actually creating newer stuff. So the refresh rates, the resolution has already gone up. In fact, nowadays, I hardly see people complaining about headache. That one, I think that problem has been solved. And then based on like Meta's latest release, they also have an adjustable thing for you so that if you're wearing a big spec, there's a knob there you can adjust to create bigger volume, so it's easy for you to put on the headset, right? So I think in terms of technology challenges, there's always engineers out there that can help try to solve those things by better product design, right? And also try to bring costs down by having more commercialized commodity items put into the headset. So hopefully the price will come down drastically again, and then more and more people can actually get to enjoy and adopt it. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And for the second question, Mas Ashem, for the first, like, there are any concerns, accessibility concerns to keep in mind when incorporating digital technology into immersive media experience? Is there some concerns or ethical concerns maybe based on your experience?
The first part of the question, I thought I was addressing the concern.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right,
I was addressing the concern. Yeah, the cost as well as the technology part.
Oh, yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for your answer.
If I didn't answer your question fully, maybe we can talk after this.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Maybe one
last guy.
one more question. Last
Yeah.
question.
Don't worry, we didn't miss you.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Faik. I am majoring in visual communication design in vocational school of University of Brawijaya. I have a question. You mentioned before that blockchain was the next main thing, and you mentioned before that metaverse is overhyped. Last year, the NFT was one of the biggest thing in blockchain, one of the craze. So I want to ask you a question. Does your company experience one kind of like the NFT bros that tries to cash into the virtual world or metaverse, like something like that? Do your company happens to be experiencing those kind of clients? Thank you.
All right, you're absolutely right. During the COVID period, because everybody stay at home, they have nothing to do, so everybody starts doing investment, right? And a lot of people jump into blockchain. Unfortunately, personal level, I also wasted some money in Dogecoin, right? So that is something that whenever a new technology comes out, when the big boys are jumping in and they're supporting, sometimes it's like, oh, what's happening? I don't want to miss out the FOMO, right? Fear of missing out. It's like, oh, the big boys are in. I think the market is going to go up. Oh, the big investment house or whatever is investing in this technology, we should jump in. So I think from our tech company perspective, we do a more pragmatic approach. So what we do is that we understand that the supporting technology of blockchain is supporting Bitcoin or cryptocurrency. So we did jump into learning about things like blockchain and how to make blockchain work in our context. How does it make it work in our VR context or our AR context? We jump in to learn about this area of technology. And in fact, the research was actually done by quite a lot of our interns, right? Because we are busy doing our day-to-day project. So when it comes to the blockchain, we actually get our interns to help out with that. So we did learn about the technology. So earlier on, I mentioned that technology buzzword come and go, right? Maybe metaverse is an overhyped thing, it will go away. But to me, blockchain as the underlying technology is here to stay. I mean, I can give some examples like, I don't know how many of you here are old enough to go through the .com era. In the early 2000s, there's this thing called the .com. In the boom of those internet websites and things like that. Okay, those days, the .com, and then after 2 years, .com bubble burst. But the .com technology go away? No. The underlying technology are all the e-commerce technology. Online shopping, the payment gateway and things like that. These are the underlying technology, they stay. Just that the word .com is gone. Now people just call it e-commerce. And is e-commerce alive? Look at your Tokopedia. Look at your Shopee. The online shopping is definitely here to stay. So the underlying technology is here to stay. It's just that the branding, the marketing term they use for it may change and transform over time. Right now, you talk about .com is like it's a con job. Similarly to Bitcoin or cryptocurrency, when you talk to people about especially NFT, crypto is still not too bad, but things like NFT, art, anybody invested in NFT art? I know there's a famous Indonesian guy who take photo of himself. Not a good looking guy, but take photo of himself 365 days. I don't know his name, but he can sell that, right?
His name Ghazali.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah. So anybody believe in that kind of NFT now? A few years ago, I don't think a lot of people believe in, but it's just that, NFT can make me 500 times in return. I just try a bit. You know, everybody has this kind of thing. I try a bit, just try a bit of money. Similarly, I also do that with the Dogecoin. So did NFT go away? I think NFT art is gone. But if you say you want to use NFT for certificates and things like that, potentially the technology is still here to stay, right? So just that the art portion is a bit of a dirty word now. If you talk about art, NFT art, did you invest in that? I think even if I invest, I just keep quiet. I don't want people to know. Embarrassing. Correct? Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Joy On. Please give applause to Mr. Joy.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay, we hope in the future we can do a more collaboration and give us a new insight about immersive media like virtual reality and augmented reality. And thank you for your coming. I'm Muhammad Arif Nazaruddin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you, everyone.
Thank you once again. Please stay still because we still have a certificate session. Yeah, certificate session. Mr. Joy On, please come to the stage for certificate session. The committee? Okay, so this is certificate of appreciation awarded to Joy On BSc. Give applause as a great invited speaker in this event. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for the session delivered by the second invited speaker. It will come online. Please welcome Professor Dr. Unti Ludikdo, SA MSI AK from Universitas Brawijaya, Indonesia, moderated by Suseno Aji, SA MSI AK. The title is Accounting and Business Ethics. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Desi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Look like so tired nih ya. Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Unti. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we enter the third session. It's held by Prof. Unti Ludikdo. Okay. This session, we discuss upon the theme is accounting and business ethics. As long as we know that Prof. Unti Ludikdo is one of the professor in the field of business and professional ethics in Indonesia. His scientific oration was entitled Understanding Indonesian Count and Professional Ethics with Pancasila. I think it's very interesting how she thoroughly integrated the science of ethics with Indonesian national values. Okay, in the session, Mr. Unti was present the title about the ethic in digital era. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's very interesting topic. Why? Because digital technologies play prominent roles in shaping out and regulating the behavior, performance standard, and etc. So we really need ethics in digital era, so that technology can have a positive impact and make prosperity on society. But before Prof. Unti gives his presentation, I will introduce him first. Okay, Prof. Unti was born in Trenggalek 54 years ago. He is one of the professor in the field of business and professional ethics in Indonesia. He has held several positions. Recently, he is vice rector for innovation and research. Research and innovation, and he has several positions before. For example, he is a dean of the vocational faculty Brawijaya University last year, and he is a student activist. He's currently in activist. His position is an executive secretary of Islamic Student Association, alumni family or KAHMI, yeah, in the Greater Malang region. Prof. Unti has achieved several achievements, including being nominated for the top 10 best paper in the work competition right Indonesian National Counting Convention. He wrote a very important scientific work, I think, namely a book entitled Decentralization and Village Government, which book is very famous. Why? Because this book is become one of the major policy references in Indonesia, namely regional autonomy. Okay, Prof. Prof. Unti will give presentation for about 20 minutes, and we have 10 minutes next for discussion. Okay, Prof. Unti, time and links are yours. Monggo, Prof.
Terima kasih Pak Susunarjo. Thank you Pak Aji. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. This is an interesting forum, I think, to us in vocational studies, and it is honor for us to meet you in a conference forum. Sorry, I think that this participant, a lot of from Indonesian students and lecturers, so it's better if I deliver my presentation in Indonesian. Sorry Pak Aji, saya mempresentasikan dalam bahasa Indonesia meskipun bahannya saya susun gitu ya, itu dalam bahasa Inggris. It's okay Pak Aji, no problem. Okay. It's okay? As the Pak Haji said that I will to present about the ethics in digital era. Bapak Ibu, saudara-saudara, bahwa saat ini kita sedang masuk dan mau tidak mau harus bergabung dalam suatu dunia baru. Dunia yang tidak saja sebagaimana yang saat ini kita pijak, ya, dalam real world gitu ya, tetapi dalam konteks dunia yang bersifat maya begitu, ya, dalam suatu era di mana interaksi antar kita tidak saja dalam wujud fisik, wajah ke wajah, tangan ke tangan, tetapi lebih dari itu adalah pada konteks layar dengan layar. Ini adalah satu fakta yang tidak bisa kita hindari. Dan dalam konteks pengembangan keilmuan pun gitu ya, saat ini juga sudah kita bangun suatu perspektif bahwa teknologi informasi itu menjadi suatu keharusan untuk kita adopsi dan adaptasikan dalam pengembangan keilmuan kita. Sehingga di Universitas Brawijaya misalnya Bapak Ibu ya, kita sekarang juga sudah bergerak untuk memanfaatkan secara masif teknologi informasi dalam pengembangan keilmuan kita. Secara spesifik, kita juga mengembangkan suatu riset berbasis teknologi informasi, secara spesifik artificial intelligence dan digital teknologi. Ini adalah satu shifting, suatu pergerakan, movement untuk membentuk, untuk mengembangkan suatu ilmu pengetahuan berbasis teknologi informasi. Nah, bagian dari itu adalah AI dan DT. Hal apakah yang sekiranya perlu menjadi perhatian kita agar pemanfaatan teknologi informasi khususnya di digital era ini itu dapat betul-betul memberikan suatu kenyamanan dan keamanan bagi kita gitu ya, agar tidak terjadi sesuatu yang sesungguhnya tidak kita inginkan dalam konteks relasi kemanusiaan kita. Hingga Bapak Ibu, dalam hal ini kita perlu memahami terlebih dahulu apakah yang dimaksud dengan digital era. What is the digital era? Digital era is a period in human history characterized by the shift from traditional industry to an economy based on information and communications technology. Suatu rentang sejarah manusia yang bergerak dari pola-pola industri berbasis tradisi, yang mana sebelumnya secara konvensional kita melaksanakan suatu proses bisnis hand to hand, misalnya seperti itu Bapak Ibu, ke suatu pola relasi ekonomi berbasiskan informasi dan teknologi komunikasi. Saat ini sebagian besar dari kita di dalam melakukan transaksi keuangan itu sudah tidak lagi datang secara langsung, misalnya ini gitu ya, itu ke kantor bank. Ya. Kebanyakan dari kita saat ini sudah menjadi pegawai bank. Begitu. Ya. Nah, ini suatu paradoks Bapak Ibu ya. This is the paradox situation that now we are part of banking official. Ya, ini secara tidak sadar kita itu gitu ya, itu menjadi pegawai bank sesungguhnya. Gitu. Bagaimana kita telah memanfaatkan teknologi informasi untuk suatu transaksi yang itu melibatkan diri kita sendiri, sebagaimana dulu kita berinteraksi dengan pegawai bank. Ketika kita melakukan transfer, gitu ya Bapak Ibu, transfer uang, itu kita dulu yang melakukan transfer itu adalah pegawai bank. Tapi saat ini kita sendiri, begitu. Ya. Nah, ini satu contoh Bapak Ibu ya, bagaimana sesungguhnya pada dunia yang berbasiskan teknologi informasi dan komunikasi ini, kita itu bisa menjadi bagian dari suatu official gitu ya, suatu pegawai di bidang keuangan ini. Gitu. Nah, digital era also is the period where digital technologies play a prominent role in shaping up and regulating the behavior, performance standards, etc. of societies, communities, organizations, and individuals. Teknologi digital telah secara sangat masif, secara sangat kuat berperan ya di dalam mengarahkan perilaku, kinerja dan standar kita, baik sebagai bagian dari masyarakat, komunitas, organisasi, maupun kita sebagai individual. Ya. Kita bisa melihat misalnya hari-hari ini dalam kehidupan kita tidak bisa lepas seolah gitu ya, dan senyatanya ya seolah sekaligus nyatanya kita tidak bisa lepas dari keberadaan gadget misalnya Bapak Ibu ya. Siapa sekarang yang tidak bingung ketika handphonenya gitu ya itu ketinggalan di rumah saat bepergian ataupun ke tempat kerja. Mengapa demikian? Karena ya data ada di handphone, uang juga ada di handphone. Ya, Bapak Ibu. Ya. Pun tentu saja gitu ya. Teman-teman yang akan menjadi bagian dalam percakapan kita itu juga ada di handphone kita itu. Nah, saat handphone kita ketinggalan, ya kita sudah sangat bingung gitu ya. Karena banyak aktivitas yang bisa jadi tidak berjalan. So, the digital technologies really play a prominent role in our life. Unfortunately, in digital era, we face the negative situation as the consequences of use of technology, information technology. Ada beberapa dampak negatif yang perlu kita eksplorasi atau setidaknya kemudian menjadi bahan referensi kita untuk sadar bahwa menyandarkan banyak hal atau semua hal ke perangkat teknologi informasi itu adalah tidak tepat. Ya, ada rambu-rambu yang kita harus pastikan bahwa ya kita dalam situasi aman ketika menggunakan teknologi informasi, menggunakan alat yang kita genggam. Beberapa negative impact, a few of negative impacts of digital era are the first, assessing a computer to defraud and obtain value. Pengaksesan suatu komputer untuk melakukan suatu penipuan atau kejahatan banyak kita dapati, ya. Dan para pelaku kejahatan ini, Bapak Ibu, gitu ya, itu tentu berharap ada value yang mereka dapatkan, ada sesuatu yang mereka dapatkan, nah, gitu. Entah itu yang bersifat finansial maupun non finansial, Bapak Ibu. Yang non finansial misalnya Bapak Ibu, yaitu mendapatkan akses untuk misalnya masuk ke dalam dunia privat, the privacy world from the certain person, certain people, ya Bapak Ibu. Ini terjadi, ya ini terjadi. Bagaimana seseorang dapat mengakses suatu komputer untuk mendapatkan data tertentu, gitu ya, kalau tentang profil tertentu dari seseorang yang kemudian dia tunjukkan, gitu ya, kepada khalayak tentang hal yang negatif, khususnya gitu ya, menyangkut seseorang, kayak gitu. Nah kemudian intentional access and damage, gitu ya, dan damage. Jadi akses yang sedemikian masif tadi, gitu ya, tentu saja dimaksudkan untuk hal-hal yang dalam banyak hal kurang baik, gitu ya Bapak Ibu, dan kemudian membahayakan. Ya. And then in trafficking in password, ya, jadi jual beli password Bapak Ibu itu juga bisa menjadi satu negatif impact. Ya, saat password kita, misalnya Bapak Ibu, itu tidak sering kita update, gitu ya. Ini juga berpotensi untuk kemudian diakses oleh orang-orang atau pihak-pihak yang tidak bertanggung jawab atas data-data pribadi kita. Ya, meskipun ini juga sesuatu yang kadang-kadang melelahkan bagi kita, gitu ya. Ketika kita itu memiliki banyak akses kepada lapak-lapak teknologi informasi, gitu ya Bapak Ibu, saudara-saudara, itu kemudian harus mengingat banyak password. Nah, ini bukan hal yang mudah bagi kita. Tapi itulah konsekuensi dari pemanfaatan teknologi informasi. Kemudian trespassing komputer. Ya, Bapak Ibu, di sini pembobolan, gitu ya, pembobolan suatu komputer, gitu ya, untuk kepentingan-kepentingan yang tidak baik, gitu ya, dan kemudian bisa menjadi bahan untuk melakukan suatu kejahatan. Kemudian Bapak Ibu, gitu ya, itu economic espionage. Jadi spionase ekonomis. Nah, kita memang seringkali memanfaatkan teknologi dengan serta-merta, tanpa kita sadari bahwa di belakangnya ada satu kepentingan penguasaan ekonomi, Bapak Ibu. Mengapa misalnya, gitu ya, platform seperti TikTok, gitu ya, itu dilarang oleh pemerintah kita saat ini. Nah, karena di dalamnya ternyata Bapak Ibu ya, di luar info yang kita dapati hari-hari ini melalui media massa atau media online gitu ya, itu juga bagian dari economic espionage ini ya, economic espionage gitu ya, yang dilakukan oleh pengembang teknologi untuk mendapatkan suatu bahan untuk memahami bagaimana perilaku konsumsi di Indonesia. Bagaimana kebanyakan masyarakat Indonesia gitu ya, itu di dalam melakukan suatu pola perdagangan. Barang-barang apa yang sesungguhnya mereka minati dapat dipelajari secara algoritmik gitu ya, dengan alat-alat berbasis teknologi informasi ini, termasuk di dalamnya TikTok dan yang lain-lain, Bapak Ibu. Ini luar biasa sekali, gitu ya. Nah, sehingga dalam konteks ini gitu ya, itu kita tidak hanya melihat pada konteks mengapa teknologi informasi atau platform tertentu ya yang berbasis teknologi informasi itu kita gunakan, tapi sesungguhnya kita juga perlu paham konsekuensi dari kita menggunakan itu. Baik, Bapak Ibu, saudara-saudara, the World Economic Forum argues that technologies have a clear moral dimension. That is to say, a fundamental aspect that relates to values, ethics, and norms. Technologies reflect the interests, behavior, and desires of their creators, and shape how the people using them can realize their potential, identities, relationship, and goals. Bapak Ibu, ya, bahwa teknologi itu memiliki satu dimensi moral yang jelas. Berarti ada kandungan moralitas atau muatan-muatan moral di dalamnya. Ada suatu fundamental aspek dalam konteks teknologi itu yang berkaitan dengan nilai etika maupun norma, ya. Karena apa? Teknologi gitu ya, itu merefleksikan kepentingan, ya, kemudian perilaku dan keinginan dari para kreatornya. Bukan berbagai, tapi sebagian orang mengatakan bahwa teknologi sebagaimana ilmu itu bebas nilai. Ada yang mengatakan demikian. Tetapi dalam konteks ini, the World Economic Forum itu menyampaikan satu pandangan yang sedikit berbeda dengan mereka, bahwa gitu ya, teknologi sesungguhnya memiliki dimensi moralitas. Dia tidak sepenuhnya atau tidak begitu saja bebas nilai, gitu. Tidak bebas norma. Karena pengembangan suatu teknologi gitu ya, itu tidak lepas dari adanya satu kepentingan. Ya. Ada suatu hal yang pengen dicapai, pengen digapai, pengen diraih oleh para kreatornya. And how the people using them. Dan bagaimana kemudian gitu ya orang-orang menggunakannya gitu ya, yang dapat merealisasikan berbagai potensi ya, kemudian hubungan dan tujuan mereka. Ya, nah ini beberapa hal yang saya pikir gitulah, itu terus juga perlu menjadi perhatian kita untuk tidak begitu saja mengatakan bahwa teknologi adalah suatu bebas nilai. Sebagaimana orang mengatakan juga ilmu itu bebas nilai. Dalam konteks demikian, ketika kita mengembangkan teknologi pun, kita juga perlu menyadari bahwa ada pesan-pesan tertentu yang dapat kita berikan, kita alamatkan kepada teknologi itu untuk mendapatkan sesuatu, Bapak Ibu. Ya, sehingga teman-teman di teknologi informasi di program studi teknologi informasi, program studi desain grafis misalnya begitu Bapak Ibu. Itu tidak begitu saja kemudian gitu ya. Itu tidak memiliki pesan-pesan di dalam karya-karyanya. Ya. Itu harus menjadi perhatian kita. Ada sesuatu yang kita injeksikan di teknologi yang kita hasilkan itu. Oke. Nah, the consequences of digital era. Ya. The decision we make in the digital realm have very real consequences for each other. Ya, bahwa keputusan yang kita buat dalam realitas atau realisme digital memiliki suatu real consequences bagi satu dan lain orang, ya, bagi masing-masing pihak, yaitu konsekuensi moral. Meskipun saat ini kebanyakan fokus dari etika digital itu adalah pada proteksi data dan privacy, tapi itu tidak terbatas, Bapak Ibu, saudara-saudara. Ya, digital ethics is a field that cover a range of issues coming increasingly to the fore. Jadi digital ethics itu adalah suatu bidang yang mencakup rentang yang relatif luas dan ini terus meningkat. Karena itu kesadaran kita untuk dapat memahami suatu kondisi dan kemudian mengkaitkan dengan konteks moral, gitu Bapak Ibu, ini menjadi penting bagi kita. Ya, hal-hal seperti autonomi, gitu ya, kemudian non-discrimination, transparansi, akuntabilitas, and social justice, dan keadilan sosial, itu menjadi bagian dari perbincangan mengenai pengembangan etika digital ini, ya, sehingga Bapak Ibu itu ya, digital ethics is an indispensable dimensions of risk management for any organization. Sehingga etika digital Bapak Ibu gitu ya, saat ini merupakan dimensi yang sangat penting gitu ya dari manajemen risiko dari suatu organisasi. Ya. Karena itu kita pun gitu ya Bapak Ibu dalam mengelola suatu organisasi universitas ini dan teman-teman di fakultas pun juga perlu memperhatikan manajemen risiko terkait dengan pemanfaatan teknologi informasi. Dalam konteks etika digital, ini adalah suatu hal yang muskil untuk kita perhatikan dengan sangat. So, we need ethics, ya Bapak Ibu. Dalam mana the ethical principles are needed to ensure individual and collective right, social good and cultural heterogeneity. Di prinsip-prinsip etis itu diperlukan untuk memastikan bahwa gitu ya, hak-hak individu, hak-hak kolektif gitu ya, kemudian kebaikan sosial dan cultural heterogeneity itu berlangsung gitu. An ethical framework contribute to evaluate impact and deep implication of digitalization. Adanya kerangka etis, Bapak Ibu, itu tentu saja berkontribusi untuk mengevaluasi dampak, implikasi yang mendalam gitu ya dari digitalisasi. Ini memang kita perlukan, Bapak Ibu. Ya. Nah, this could guide regulation in terms of soft and hard law that ensure technological progress along with a responsible and sustainable evolution. Dengan kita memahami ethical principle yang disusun dalam suatu wujud kerangka kerja etis gitu Bapak Ibu ya, kemudian kita akan dapat memastikan bahwa pengembangan teknologi informasi itu diikuti oleh suatu evolusi yang bertanggung jawab dan sustainable. Lalu ini presentasi saya yang terakhir. Saya merujuk kepada suatu artikel gitu ya yang berjudul A Code of Digital Ethics Laying the Foundation for Digital Ethics in a Science and Technology Company, Bapak Ibu gitu ya, saudara-saudara, ada suatu kerangka ya, ada suatu kerangka yang dapat menjadi pedoman kita untuk memahami the principle of digital ethics gitu ya. Ada 5 there are 5 core principles and follow the subsidiary principle, Bapak Ibu, saudara-saudara ya. Yang pertama justice. Jadi prinsip utama yang pertama adalah justice. Yang ini meliputi jadi keadilan ini Bapak Ibu yang meliputi impartiality, kemudian equality dan proportionality. Jadi dalam konteks pemanfaatan atau pengembangan suatu teknologi digital, Bapak Ibu ya, kita perlu juga memperhatikan kesetaraan, gitu ya, ketidakberpihakan dan kemudian proporsionalitas. Ya, nah, bias di mana pengembang teknologi informasi atau pemilik teknologi informasi itu memiliki kekuatan yang berlebih sehingga tidak seimbang dengan kepentingan konsumen, itu juga harus menjadi concern, ya, sehingga tidak ada pihak yang dihegemoni, gitu Bapak Ibu. Nah, kemudian otonomi. Sebagaimana di dalam prinsip etika bisnis, Bapak Ibu, otonomi juga merupakan salah satu pilarnya. The autonomy is one of pillars of principle of business ethics, Bapak Ibu ya. Ini menjadi satu hal yang penting untuk menjadi perhatian kita dalam pengembangan dan pemanfaatan teknologi digital ini. Explainability, privacy and literacy, ya, itu menjadi subsidiary principles dari otonomi. Sehingga kita dapat memanfaatkan teknologi itu dengan sangat baik saat gitu ya, itu jelas gitu ya, bagaimana pemanfaatan ini dengan berbagai dampaknya. Kemudian ada hal-hal yang privat gitu ya, itu yang tidak begitu saja bisa keluar ya dari kita. Karena memang dalam banyak hal tadi sudah sebutkan di depan gitu ya, konteks privacy itu menjadi suatu hal yang seringkali bahan bagi para penjahat di dunia maya gitu ya, untuk melemahkan posisi seseorang. Ya, Bapak Ibu coba perhatikan info terkait dengan pinjol. Siapa yang tidak perform di dalam melunasi atau membayar gitu ya, membayar cicilan pinjaman online, Bapak Ibu ya. Itu Bapak Ibu, itu seringkali pihak penyedia pinjol ini gitu ya mengekspos sisi-sisi privacy dari seseorang. Gitu Bapak Ibu ya. Pola debt collecting-nya gitu Bapak Ibu ya, gitu. Itu menggunakan paksaan-paksaan yang bersifat privat gitu. Ya. Ini nih yang perlu menjadi sisi kehati-hatian kita. Nah, kemudian literacy Bapak Ibu ya. Jadi melek teknologi itu menjadi hal yang penting gitu ya, sehingga kita dapat memanfaatkan teknologi itu dengan sangat baik. Ya. Beneficence Bapak Ibu, ini terkait dengan kemurahhatian gitu ya, atau kemanfaatan gitu. Sustainability itu menjadi one of subsidiary principles-nya. Controllability dan accountability. Sustainability, security and responsibility. Ini yang menjadi subsidiary principles-nya. Jadi keberlanjutan gitu ya, bahwa ketika kita memanfaatkan teknologi informasi ini, tidak kemudian tiba-tiba itu mati gitu ya, padahal banyak hal yang sudah kita masukkan ke sana. Ya, kita sudah pervasif dalam pemanfaatannya, tapi kemudian menjadi sia-sia ketika teknologi itu berhenti dengan seketika. Kemudian security, keamanan Bapak Ibu, ini juga menjadi hal yang penting bahwa kita menggunakan teknologi itu aman, baik secara fisik gitu ya, maupun dari sisi substansi isi dari teknologi informasi. Jadi jangan sampai kemudian kita menggunakan HP, misalnya Bapak Ibu, itu HP-nya gampang terbakar misal gitu ya. Nah, pun demikian gitu ya, isinya dapat gampang dibobol oleh seseorang. Sehingga pengamanan juga sangat perlu, responsibility itu aspek pertanggungjawaban ya, itu juga menjadi bagian penting dari beneficence ini.
Prof.
Okay.
2 minute more nih.
Oke. Thank you, insya Allah. Non-malfeasance gitu ya Bapak Ibu. Nah ini terkait dengan reliability, controllability, and accountability. Jadi keandalan gitu Bapak Ibu, controllability, kemampuan kita mengontrol, dan accountability menjadi bagian dari non-malfeasance ini. Kemudian terakhir, transparansi. Bahwa teknologi informasi yang kita gunakan dan kita kembangkan itu traceability, kemudian interactivity dan comprehensibility. Nah, Bapak Ibu, ini menjadi penting dan saya yakin gitu ya, teman-teman di teknologi informasi gitu ya, di program teknologi informasi, teman-teman di desain grafis atau desain komunikasi visual itu ya, itu secara due professional care ya, memperhatikan gitu ya, to pay attention about the traceability, interactivity, comprehensivity. Ya, konteks transparansi menjadi sesuatu yang sangat penting untuk itu. Terakhir, terima kasih. Thank you for your attention. Thank you Pak Haji. Time for yours.
Okay, thank you. Prof. Unti, it's very interesting. I remember a film based on the true story. The title of film is Oppenheimer. Who is he? He is inventor of atomic bomb. The full name is J. Robert Oppenheimer. He was very regretful when he found out that the bomb he had created was used to destroy humanity during World War II. I think that is one of example how we can give a value on the technology. Okay, Prof, I think it's very interesting topic and how we can control the technology. How we can give a value to the technology to make the technology give a prosperity to the humanity. Okay, we have 10 minutes to discuss for audience. Maybe any question, ladies and gentlemen? Okay, silahkan pakai bahasa Indonesia boleh, bahasa Inggris boleh, silahkan. Okay. Okay. Any question? Ini Prof. One question from audience by send me by via WhatsApp. Prof. Teknologi seringkali tidak bisa kita kendalikan, tapi kita yang dikendalikan teknologi. Bagaimana kita bisa mengendalikan teknologi itu agar hidup kita juga tenang dan memberikan dampak kepada masyarakat yang dengan baik. Monggo, Prof.
Thank you, Pak Haji. The anonymous person to give me one question.
From Pak Moko ini.
Oh, Pak Moko. Ya, saya yakin Pak Moko tahu jawabannya, gitu ya. Tapi ada hal yang sangat menarik untuk kita perhatikan, gitu ya, untuk kita dapat mengendalikan diri kita terkait dengan teknologi ini. Karena memang dalam pemanfaatan teknologi informasi khususnya gitu ya, itu ada hubungan yang seringkali asimetris gitu ya, ketika kita sudah masuk pada arenanya gitu ya. Tapi sesungguhnya ada satu kata kunci gitu ya, yang kalau saya gitu ya itu dapat mencoba untuk menelaah kepentingannya itu gitu ya. Itu apa dan saat kapan kita itu membutuhkan teknologi itu gitu ya. Apakah dalam sepanjang kehidupan kita ini memang memerlukan suatu perangkat teknologi informasi itu sepenuhnya gitu ya. Pada saat malam kita misalnya gitu ya Bapak Ibu, saudara-saudara, sedemikian pentingkankah gitu ya kita itu terhadap gadget kita gitu, sehingga kita gitu ya itu menaruh gadget kita itu pada malam hari ini lebih dekat daripada pasangan kita, mohon maaf yang sudah menikah itu atau yang memiliki pasangan gitu. Nah jangan-jangan gitu ya, itu gadget kita ini gitu ya itu lebih penting daripada pasangan kita, sehingga letaknya pun lebih dekat gadget itu daripada pasangan kita, misalnya begitu. Nah, dalam konteks ini gitu ya Bapak Ibu, sekali lagi gitu ya, ini itu suatu perumpamaan yang sederhana. Bagaimana kita gitu ya Bapak Ibu itu dapat mempertimbangkan kapan gitu ya kita itu betul-betul membutuhkan suatu perangkat teknologi informasi itu. Kalau dekat kita gitu ya, hanya untuk kepentingan dalam konteks waktu tadi, kepentingan untuk membangunkan kita agar nanti malam kita itu bisa bangun malam misalnya begitu untuk melaksanakan sholat malam misalnya begitu Bapak Ibu ya, atau supaya subuhnya tidak ketinggalan, oke, kita set gitu ya alarmnya gitu ya. Tapi kalau lebih dari itu gitu ya, itu perlukah gadget kita letakkan sangat berdekatan dengan kita. Nah, pun demikian gitu ya, itu berbagai platform. Apakah semuanya itu memang harus kita gunakan gitu ya, sehingga semuanya harus ada pada gadget kita. Ketika platform belanja, Bapak Ibu, saudara-saudara gitu ya, itu ada pada genggaman kita. Ya, apakah yang mungkin terjadi pada kita? Ya, kemudahan di dalam kita belanja itu bisa jadi menggiring kita gitu ya untuk lebih konsumtif dari masa sebelum kita itu memasang suatu platform. Gitu Bapak Ibu. Nah, kemudian platform tertentu gitu ya bisa jadi gitu ya itu memberikan daya dorong yang kuat pada kita untuk lebih konsumtif ya daripada ketika kita tidak menggunakan platform itu. Misalnya ada platform belanja Bapak Ibu ya, saudara-saudara, yang menawarkan pembayaran tidak secara langsung gitu ya, tidak secara langsung, tetapi melalui pinjaman yang dia tawarkan. Itu lebih menarik bagi sebagian orang yang dari situasi yang tertampilkan di platform itu untuk belanja A, belanja B, belanja C dengan kapasitas keuangan kita yang terbatas, disediai ruang untuk pinjam. Apa yang kemudian terjadi? Nah, dalam konteks ini Bapak Ibu, ketika pertahanan diri kita tidak kuat, maka kita akan dapat dengan gampang, dengan mudah masuk di dalam perangkap debt based on information technology itu ya. Saya kira secara singkat seperti itu, Pak Aji, jawaban saya.
Yes. Okay, thank you, Prof. There is one question from Siam Sanderkawan. I think this come from Malaysia. Yeah. Okay, in the developing context, there have been a lot of cases when ordinary people takes digital aid easily. The question, at the Zoom chat room, Prof.
Mhm.
I'm sorry, I repeated. In the developing context, have been a lot of cases when ordinary people take digital aid easily, not being aware of the ethic. Jadi dalam banyak hal kita ini tidak aware terhadap etika, especially in social media, terutama di dalam social media, Prof. And tend to encounter abuse of it, dan cenderung untuk mengabaikannya terhadap etika. In the such cases, dalam kasus ini, how do we validate the ethics? Dalam hal ini bagaimana kita bisa menegakkan etika dalam sosial media, Prof, yang kita jarang aware terhadap itu. Terima kasih, Prof.
Thank you, Sam Sundar. The first, I think we try to consider about the privacy. Yeah. In the context, the privacy is the first situation that pelaku kejahatan, gitu ya, itu akan dapat memanfaatkan kelengahan kita, gitu. Nah, seringkali gitu ya, kita mengumbar profil pribadi kita, gitu ya, itu dalam ruang yang sangat luas melalui media sosial kita. Kapanpun, dimanapun, gitu ya, kita itu seringkali menampilkan diri kita. Oleh karena itu, gitu ya, itu perlu sangat hati-hati. Penting bagi kita, maaf gitu ya, penting bagi kita untuk tidak gampang men-share kita, di mana kita berada, apa yang kita sedang lakukan, gitu ya, dalam berbagai situasi. Nah, ini bisa menjadi modus kejahatan bagi pihak-pihak tertentu untuk mengeksploitasi hal yang kita miliki. Saat ini kita dengan sangat mudah, gitu ya, menemukan berbagai pribadi, gitu ya, itu yang sangat suka menampilkan dirinya, gitu ya, di dalam berinteraksi secara sosial melalui media sosialnya. Apakah itu Instagram, apakah itu TikTok, Facebook, and the others. Sehingga sisi-sisi gelap, sisi-sisi yang semestinya itu menjadi hal yang privat, gitu ya, itu terekspos secara tidak sadar oleh yang bersangkutan. Ya, so I think the privacy is the prominent things to us, Sundar. Demikian, Pak Aji.
Okay, thank you, Prof. I think that is the last question because time is up. Sorry, Prof. Thank you very much for your time and thought about ethics. I think it's very important and fundamental in this era. May Allah always bless you, Prof, and your family. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think time is enough, and I'm sorry if I held this session any mistake, and the time is I written to the moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Well, thank you, Professor Dr. Unti Ludikdo, SA MSIAK, the fifth Vice Rector of Universitas Brawijaya, for the great session. Please give applause again.
Thank you, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Now it's time for the certificate given by the Faculty of Vocational Studies Universitas Brawijaya. Give applause. Thank you, Prof, for the insight. We have learned the new things about business ethics. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now let's move to the next agenda. So it will be ISOMA or lunchtime. Please kindly come back to this room at 1:45. Thank you.
Setiap insan pasti memiliki satu potensi yang terpendam. Kehidupan penuh kompetisi, spirit adalah jati diri.
Bangkitkan eksplorasimu, tingkatkan kompetensimu.
Vokasi bantu menggali potensi.
Vokasi memotivasi praktisi
menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri, kreatif dan inovatif untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi. Vokasi Brawijaya.
tingkatkan kompetensimu.
Vokasi bantu menggali potensi, vokasi memotivasi praktisi
Menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri, kreatif dan inovatif untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi.
Vokasi Brawijaya. Vokasi bantu menggali potensi, vokasi memotivasi praktisi menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri,
kreatif dan inovatif
untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi. Vokasi Brawijaya. Vokasi Brawijaya.
Vokasi Brawijaya.
Vokasi Brawijaya. Setiap insan pasti memiliki satu potensi yang terpendam. Kehidupan penuh kompetisi, spirit adalah jati diri.
Bangkitkan eksplorasimu, tingkatkan kompetensimu.
Vokasi bantu menggali potensi,
Vokasi memotivasi praktisi
menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri, kreatif dan inovatif untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi. Vokasi Brawijaya. Vokasi bantu menggali potensi, vokasi memotivasi praktisi
Menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri, kreatif dan inovatif untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi.
Vokasi Brawijaya, vokasi bantu menggali potensi, vokasi memotivasi praktisi menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri,
kreatif dan inovatif
untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi. Vokasi Brawijaya, vokasi Brawijaya,
Vokasi Brawijaya,
vokasi Brawijaya. Setiap insan pasti memiliki satu potensi yang terpendam, kehidupan penuh kompetisi. Spirit adalah jati diri,
bangkitkan eksplorasimu, tingkatkan kompetensimu.
vokasi bantu menggali potensi,
Vokasi memotivasi praktisi
menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri, kreatif dan inovatif untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi. Vokasi Brawijaya. Vokasi, vokasi Universitas Brawijaya. Vokasi, vokasi Universitas Brawijaya. Bangkitkan eksplorasimu, tingkatkan kompetensimu. Vokasi bantu menggali potensi, vokasi memotivasi praktisi
menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri, kreatif dan inovatif untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi.
Vokasi Brawijaya, vokasi bantu menggali potensi, vokasi memotivasi praktisi menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri,
kreatif dan inovatif
untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi. Vokasi Brawijaya, vokasi Brawijaya,
Vokasi Brawijaya,
vokasi Brawijaya. Setiap insan pasti memiliki satu potensi yang terpendam, kehidupan penuh kompetisi. Spirit adalah jati diri,
bangkitkan eksplorasimu, tingkatkan kompetensimu.
Vokasi bantu menggali potensi,
Vokasi memotivasi praktisi
menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri, kreatif dan inovatif untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi. Vokasi Brawijaya. Tingkatkan kompetensimu. Vokasi bantu menggali potensi, vokasi memotivasi praktisi
menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri, kreatif dan inovatif untuk meraih
sukses dan prestasi. Vokasi Brawijaya. Vokasi bantu menggali potensi, vokasi memotivasi praktisi menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri,
kreatif dan inovatif
untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi. Vokasi Brawijaya. Vokasi Brawijaya.
Vokasi Brawijaya.
Vokasi Brawijaya. Setiap insan pasti memiliki satu potensi yang terpendam, kehidupan penuh kompetisi. Spirit adalah jati diri.
Bangkitkan eksplorasimu, tingkatkan kompetensimu.
Vokasi bantu menggali potensi,
Vokasi memotivasi praktisi
menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri, kreatif dan inovatif untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi. Vokasi Brawijaya. Vokasi, vokasi Universitas Brawijaya. Vokasi, vokasi Universitas Brawijaya. Bangkitkan eksplorasimu, tingkatkan kompetensimu. Vokasi bantu menggali potensi, vokasi memotivasi praktisi
menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri, kreatif dan inovatif untuk meraih
sukses dan prestasi. Vokasi Brawijaya. Vokasi bantu menggali Setiap insan pasti memiliki satu potensi yang terpendam. Kehidupan penuh kompetisi, spirit adalah jati diri.
Bangkitkan eksplorasimu, tingkatkan kompetensimu.
Vokasi bantu menggali potensi.
Vokasi memotivasi praktisi,
menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri, kreatif dan inovatif untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi. Vokasi Brawijaya.
tingkatkan kompetensimu.
Vokasi bantu menggali potensi, vokasi memotivasi praktisi,
menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri, kreatif dan inovatif untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi.
Vokasi Brawijaya. Vokasi bantu menggali potensi, vokasi memotivasi praktisi, menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri,
kreatif dan inovatif
untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi. Vokasi Brawijaya. Vokasi Brawijaya.
Vokasi Brawijaya.
Vokasi Brawijaya. Setiap insan pasti memiliki satu potensi yang terpendam. Kehidupan penuh kompetisi, spirit adalah jati diri.
Bangkitkan eksplorasimu, tingkatkan kompetensimu.
Vokasi bantu menggali potensi,
vokasi memotivasi praktisi,
menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri, kreatif dan inovatif untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi. Vokasi Brawijaya. Tingkatkan kompetensimu. Vokasi bantu menggali potensi, vokasi memotivasi Setiap insan pasti memiliki satu potensi yang terpendam. Kehidupan penuh kompetisi, spirit adalah jati diri.
Bangkitkan eksplorasimu, tingkatkan kompetensimu.
Vokasi bantu menggali potensi.
Vokasi memotivasi praktisi.
Menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri, kreatif dan inovatif untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi. Vokasi Brawijaya.
Tingkatkan kompetensimu.
Vokasi bantu menggali potensi. Vokasi memotivasi praktisi.
Menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri, kreatif dan inovatif untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi.
Vokasi Brawijaya. Vokasi bantu menggali potensi. Vokasi memotivasi praktisi. Menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri,
kreatif dan inovatif
untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi. Vokasi Brawijaya. Setiap insan pasti memiliki satu potensi yang terpendam. Kehidupan penuh kompetisi, spirit adalah jati diri.
Bangkitkan eksplorasimu, tingkatkan kompetensimu.
Vokasi bantu menggali potensi.
Vokasi memotivasi praktisi.
Menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri, kreatif dan inovatif untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi. Vokasi Brawijaya. kompetensimu. Vokasi bantu menggali potensi, vokasi memotivasi prestasi.
Menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri, kreatif dan inovatif untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi.
Vokasi Brawijaya, vokasi bantu menggali potensi, vokasi memotivasi, praktisi, menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri,
kreatif dan inovatif
untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi. Vokasi Brawijaya, vokasi Brawijaya,
vokasi Brawijaya,
vokasi Brawijaya. Setiap insan pasti memiliki satu potensi yang terpendam, kehidupan penuh kompetisi. Spirit adalah jati diri.
bangkitkan eksplorasimu, tingkatkan kompetensimu.
Vokasi bantu menggali potensi,
Vokasi memotivasi, praktisi,
menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri, kreatif dan inovatif untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi. Vokasi Brawijaya. Vokasi, vokasi, Universitas Brawijaya. Vokasi, vokasi, Universitas Brawijaya.
bangkitkan eksplorasimu, tingkatkan kompetensimu.
Vokasi bantu menggali potensi, vokasi memotivasi, praktisi,
Menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri, kreatif dan inovatif untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi.
vokasi Brawijaya, vokasi bantu menggali potensi, vokasi memotivasi, praktisi, menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri,
kreatif dan inovatif
untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi. Vokasi Brawijaya, vokasi Brawijaya,
vokasi Brawijaya,
vokasi Brawijaya. Setiap insan pasti memiliki satu potensi yang terpendam, kehidupan penuh kompetisi. Spirit adalah jati diri.
bangkitkan eksplorasimu, tingkatkan kompetensimu.
Vokasi bantu menggali potensi,
Vokasi memotivasi, praktisi,
menjadi Vokasi bantu menggali potensi, vokasi memotivasi, praktisi
Menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri, kreatif dan inovatif untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi.
Vokasi Brawijaya, vokasi bantu menggali potensi, vokasi memotivasi, praktisi menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri,
kreatif dan inovatif
untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi. Vokasi Brawijaya, vokasi Brawijaya,
Vokasi Brawijaya,
vokasi Brawijaya. Setiap insan pasti memiliki satu potensi yang terpendam, kehidupan penuh kompetisi. Spirit adalah jati diri.
bangkitkan eksplorasimu, tingkatkan kompetensimu.
Vokasi bantu menggali potensi,
Vokasi memotivasi,
praktisi menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri, kreatif dan inovatif untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi. Vokasi Brawijaya. Vokasi, vokasi Universitas Brawijaya. Vokasi, vokasi Universitas Brawijaya. Bangkitkan eksplorasimu, tingkatkan kompetensimu. Vokasi bantu menggali potensi, vokasi memotivasi, praktisi
menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri, kreatif dan inovatif untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi.
Vokasi Brawijaya, vokasi bantu menggali potensi, vokasi memotivasi, praktisi menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri,
kreatif dan inovatif
untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi. Vokasi Brawijaya, vokasi Brawijaya,
Vokasi Brawijaya,
vokasi Brawijaya. Setiap insan pasti memiliki satu potensi yang terpendam, kehidupan penuh kompetisi. Spirit adalah jati diri.
bangkitkan eksplorasimu, tingkatkan kompetensimu.
Vokasi bantu menggali potensi.
Vokasi memotivasi praktisi
Menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri, kreatif dan inovatif untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi. Vokasi Brawijaya. Vokasi, vokasi Universitas Brawijaya. Vokasi, vokasi Universitas Brawijaya. Bangkitkan eksplorasimu, tingkatkan kompetensimu. Vokasi bantu menggali potensi, vokasi memotivasi praktisi.
menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri, kreatif dan inovatif untuk meraih
Sukses dan prestasi. Vokasi Brawijaya. Vokasi bantu menggali potensi, vokasi memotivasi praktisi. Menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri,
kreatif dan inovatif
untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi. Vokasi Brawijaya. Vokasi Brawijaya.
Vokasi Brawijaya.
Vokasi Brawijaya. Setiap insan pasti memiliki satu potensi yang terpendam. Kehidupan penuh kompetisi, spirit adalah jati diri.
Bangkitkan eksplorasimu, tingkatkan kompetensimu.
Vokasi bantu menggali potensi,
Vokasi memotivasi praktisi
menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri, kreatif dan inovatif untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi. Vokasi Brawijaya. Vokasi. Vokasi, vokasi Universitas Brawijaya. Vokasi, vokasi Universitas Brawijaya. Bangkitkan eksplorasimu, tingkatkan kompetensimu. Vokasi bantu menggali potensi, vokasi memotivasi praktisi.
menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri, kreatif dan inovatif untuk meraih
Sukses dan prestasi. Vokasi Brawijaya. Vokasi bantu menggali potensi, satu potensi yang terpendam, kehidupan penuh kompetisi. Spirit adalah jati diri.
Bangkitkan eksplorasimu, tingkatkan kompetensimu.
Vokasi bantu menggali potensi.
Vokasi memotivasi praktisi.
Menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri, kreatif dan inovatif untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi. Vokasi Brawijaya.
Tingkatkan kompetensimu.
Vokasi bantu menggali potensi. Vokasi memotivasi praktisi.
Menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri, kreatif dan inovatif untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi.
Vokasi Brawijaya. Vokasi bantu menggali potensi. Vokasi memotivasi praktisi. Menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri,
kreatif dan inovatif
untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi. Vokasi Brawijaya. Vokasi Brawijaya.
Vokasi Brawijaya.
Vokasi Brawijaya. Setiap insan pasti memiliki satu potensi yang terpendam, kehidupan penuh kompetisi. Spirit adalah jati diri.
Bangkitkan eksplorasimu, tingkatkan kompetensimu.
Vokasi bantu menggali potensi.
Vokasi memotivasi praktisi.
Menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri, kreatif dan inovatif untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi. Vokasi Brawijaya. Tingkatkan kompetensimu. Vokasi bantu menggali potensi. Vokasi memotivasi praktisi.
Menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri, kreatif dan inovatif untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi.
Vokasi Brawijaya, vokasi bantu menggali potensi, vokasi memotivasi, praktisi. Menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri,
kreatif dan inovatif
untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi. Vokasi Brawijaya, vokasi Brawijaya,
vokasi Brawijaya,
vokasi Brawijaya. Setiap insan pasti memiliki satu potensi yang terpendam, kehidupan penuh kompetisi. Spirit adalah jati diri,
bangkitkan eksplorasimu, tingkatkan kompetensimu.
vokasi bantu menggali potensi,
Vokasi memotivasi, praktisi.
menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri, kreatif dan inovatif untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi. Vokasi Brawijaya. Vokasi, vokasi, Universitas Brawijaya. Vokasi, vokasi, Universitas Brawijaya. Bangkitkan eksplorasimu, tingkatkan kompetensimu. Vokasi bantu menggali potensi, vokasi memotivasi, praktisi.
Menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri, kreatif dan inovatif untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi.
Vokasi Brawijaya, vokasi bantu menggali potensi, vokasi memotivasi, praktisi. Menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri,
kreatif dan inovatif
untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi. Vokasi Brawijaya, vokasi Brawijaya,
vokasi Brawijaya,
vokasi Brawijaya. Setiap insan pasti memiliki satu potensi yang terpendam, kehidupan penuh kompetisi. Spirit adalah jati diri,
bangkitkan eksplorasimu, tingkatkan kompetensimu.
vokasi bantu menggali potensi,
Vokasi memotivasi, praktisi.
kompetensimu. Vokasi bantu menggali potensi, vokasi memotivasi praktisi
menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri, kreatif dan inovatif untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi.
Vokasi Brawijaya, vokasi bantu menggali potensi, vokasi memotivasi praktisi menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri,
kreatif dan inovatif
untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi. Vokasi Brawijaya, vokasi Brawijaya,
vokasi Brawijaya,
vokasi Brawijaya. Setiap insan pasti memiliki satu potensi yang terpendam, kehidupan penuh kompetisi. Spirit adalah jati diri,
bangkitkan eksplorasimu, tingkatkan kompetensimu.
vokasi bantu menggali potensi,
Vokasi memotivasi praktisi
menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri, kreatif dan inovatif untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi. Vokasi Brawijaya. Vokasi, vokasi Universitas Brawijaya. Vokasi, vokasi Universitas Brawijaya. Bangkitkan eksplorasimu, tingkatkan kompetensimu. Vokasi bantu menggali potensi, vokasi memotivasi praktisi
menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri, kreatif dan inovatif untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi.
Vokasi Brawijaya, vokasi bantu menggali potensi, vokasi memotivasi praktisi menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri,
kreatif dan inovatif
untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi. Vokasi Brawijaya, vokasi Brawijaya,
vokasi Brawijaya,
vokasi Brawijaya. Setiap insan pasti memiliki satu potensi yang terpendam, kehidupan penuh kompetisi. Spirit adalah jati diri,
bangkitkan eksplorasimu, tingkatkan kompetensimu.
Vokasi bantu menggali potensi,
Vokasi memotivasi praktisi,
menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri, kreatif dan inovatif untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi. Vokasi Brawijaya. Tingkatkan kompetensimu. Vokasi bantu menggali potensi, vokasi memotivasi praktisi,
menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri, kreatif dan inovatif untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi.
Vokasi Brawijaya. Vokasi bantu menggali potensi, vokasi memotivasi praktisi, menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri,
kreatif dan inovatif
untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi. Vokasi Brawijaya. Setiap insan pasti memiliki satu potensi yang terpendam, kehidupan penuh kompetisi. Spirit adalah jati diri.
Bangkitkan eksplorasimu, tingkatkan kompetensimu.
Vokasi bantu menggali potensi,
vokasi memotivasi praktisi,
menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri, kreatif dan inovatif untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi. Vokasi Brawijaya. Tingkatkan kompetensimu. Vokasi bantu menggali potensi, vokasi memotivasi praktisi,
menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri, kreatif dan inovatif untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi.
Vokasi Brawijaya. Vokasi bantu menggali potensi, vokasi memotivasi, praktisi menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri,
kreatif dan inovatif
untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi. Vokasi Brawijaya, vokasi Brawijaya,
vokasi Brawijaya,
vokasi Brawijaya. Setiap insan pasti memiliki satu potensi yang terpendam, kehidupan penuh kompetisi. Spirit adalah jati diri,
bangkitkan eksplorasimu, tingkatkan kompetensimu.
Vokasi bantu menggali potensi,
vokasi memotivasi, praktisi
menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri, kreatif dan inovatif untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi. Vokasi Brawijaya. Tingkatkan kompetensimu, vokasi bantu menggali potensi, vokasi memotivasi, praktisi
menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri, kreatif dan inovatif untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi.
Vokasi Brawijaya, vokasi bantu menggali potensi, vokasi memotivasi, praktisi menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri,
kreatif dan inovatif
untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi. Vokasi Brawijaya. Setiap insan pasti memiliki satu potensi yang terpendam, kehidupan penuh kompetisi. Spirit adalah jati diri,
bangkitkan eksplorasimu, tingkatkan kompetensimu.
Vokasi bantu menggali potensi,
vokasi memotivasi, praktisi
menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri, kreatif dan inovatif untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi. Vokasi Brawijaya. Vokasi bantu menggali potensi, vokasi memotivasi praktisi
Menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri, kreatif dan inovatif untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi.
Vokasi Brawijaya, vokasi bantu menggali potensi, vokasi memotivasi praktisi menjadi cerdas dan percaya diri,
Kreatif dan inovatif
untuk meraih sukses dan prestasi. Vokasi Brawijaya, vokasi Brawijaya,
Vokasi Brawijaya.
vokasi Brawijaya.
Good afternoon. Welcome back again to the third Bravo International Conference on Entrepreneurship, Innovation, and Creativity. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the third invited speaker, Dr. Ananda Wickramasinghe from University of Wollongong, Australia, moderated by Andira Wiranugraha, SM, MBA, the lecturer of Faculty of Vocational Studies. Today's it's about business administration. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Desi, for the opportunity. Okay, first, thank you for Mr. Ananda to join this conference for today. And first, before we start the presentation, I would like to read some profile of Dr. Ananda Wickramasinghe. Am I correct pronouncing your name, Mr. Ananda?
Yes, yes,
I'm
thank
sorry
you.
if I'm butchering your name.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Okay. Okay, so Dr. Ananda has more than 25 years of experience in diverse setting with multiple stakeholders covering a spectrum of academic and professional engagement. These include universities, private higher education, institution and industry in Australia, New Zealand, Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, India, Sri Lanka, and Dubai in teaching, research, academic and professional program development, consultancy, and training. Currently, Dr. Ananda is a senior academic in business school at Sydney Business School, UOW, Sydney, Australia. Okay, that is some brief introduction for Dr. Ananda. For the presentation, time is yours.
Thank you, Henrik. Thank you very much. Let me share my screen. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clear.
Very good. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation to address this distinguished conference organized by your university. especially on cultivating, creating solutions for sustainable development. I selected a topic to discuss today. You might talk on innovation, entrepreneurship in the context of design and creative industries, which is a timely and especially emerging nations like Indonesia and the world in particular looking for design and creative industries for non-competitive markets. In particular, that in strategy we call that we are looking for a blue ocean markets. So in my presentation, I try to take you through some of the areas such as how innovation, entrepreneurship contribute to the good cause of design and creative industries. And also I discuss some of the examples from industry, as well as I will try to connect this innovation, entrepreneurship into design and how creative industries can be as an engine of economy. So first of all, design and creative industries and their significance, of course, is massive in contemporary world, in contemporary businesses. In particular, the fashion, architecture, graphic design, advertising, film, gaming, and anything you can apply design and creativity. So, so I'll take you through some of the examples later on, how beautiful this industry is for innovation and entrepreneurship. And of course, that will eventually help for all other industries, especially in this attaining a competitive advantage. So as you can see on your right, the innovation cycles we have been passing through since the last 60 years, and then on now onwards for next 25 years or so. It's more about the artificial intelligence, big data, software, new media, and so on. We can see a kind of wave that we are leading to. So that is where, of course, this design and creative industries are important. So significance in the today's global economy, of course, economic contribution is huge. Just about fashion industry, it is over $2.5 trillion, employing millions of people worldwide. And of course, cultural identity, we demonstrate through creative industries, in particular fostering our cultural exchange, contributing to global understanding and appreciation of different societies. That is especially who we are, is of course is this a representation of design and creative industry. Innovation Hub, of course, you can see even in Indonesia, this industry has a kind of breeding ground for many designers, especially the film, entertainment, or cutting-edge architectural concept innovation is central. And also entrepreneurship opportunity is huge in this sector or industry, as you can imagine. In particular, it is a relatively low barriers to entry, which is a good thing. And also, if you can think innovatively and creatively as an entrepreneur, but of course, you have a less competitive market if you want to. And export and trade, of course, and technological integrations is really important in design and creative industries. Technology, in particular, digitalization that has revolutionized creative industries, especially 3D printing, digital marketing strategies, technology, integrated technology, of course, to creative entrepreneurship. Education and skill development, of course, we know that even your university, your faculty is kind of a leader in this area, like 3-in-1 program I participated a year ago, applying design thinking into innovation and entrepreneurship. Sustainability and social impact, of course, is really consideration in this industry. Design and creative industries are increasingly embracing sustainability and social responsibility. And global collaboration, which is a really important aspect, is this industry. As you can see, young entrepreneurs, they collaborate not just locally, globally, in various design platforms. We discuss these things later on. And future of works, of course, changing, as you know, in contemporary world of work. So we are now technologically connected. We can work anywhere, especially in the gig economy and remote work trends, especially after pandemic. We can see that. Innovation in the context of design and creative industries, as we can see, the creative concepts coming, as you in your conference also, I can see how digitalization, technology, creativity these things have been applied. In particular, fresh artistic, visual or conceptual ideas is a lead in this industry. Technological advancement, of course, as I mentioned before, such as augmented reality in art or 3D printing in fashion, sustainability initiatives, user-centric design is really important concept, emphasis on user experience and human-centered design to create product services that resonate with the audience. And cross-disciplinary collaboration, very important. Even your university is having a collaboration with universities in Australia, for an example, and other industries as well. Is a cross-disciplinary collaboration in design thinking is really important. Entrepreneurship in the context of design and creative industries, of course, business development, we can see market research, brand building, financial management, networking and partnerships as well. We can see in entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship, of course, is not just a regional or a entrepreneur itself. It's more connectivity, networking and partnerships. So the important thing is in intersection and the complementarity with innovation and entrepreneurship. Innovation as a driver of entrepreneurship, of course, as we know, that's why we take these together, innovation and entrepreneurship. If not, we are just doing business. So entrepreneurship, of course, means it's innovation. Entrepreneurship fosters innovation, certainly. When you are a creative thinker, you taking calculated risk, then you become funding or resourcing innovation. And market responsiveness, which is very important thing in this contemporary world, in particular, how quickly you can read the market, or even before market respond, you have insight to respond to the market. That's really important. Risk-taking and resource allocation. Of course, entrepreneurs are willing to take not a huge risk, but calculated risk. And sustainability, of course, entrepreneurs often drive sustainability initiatives. This is very important. Eco-friendly practices and materials align innovation with environmental responsibility. Because anything we do should be ethical and responsible. So importance of innovation in creative industries, certainly we can gain competitive advantage because it is your organization should be standing out by offering fresh, distinctive, and captivating creations that capture the audience imagination. So in design thinking, we read the consumers' pain points, lacking areas, unmet needs. So we are offering something to fulfill them. Consumer expectation, of course, we are trying to not just meet the expectation, but in entrepreneurship and innovation, we are trying to exceed the expectations of customers. So market relevance, certainly as we use design thinking, user-centric methodologies to design product and services, certainly it is more market relevance. Economic growth, we discussed that. Social impact, of course, is huge, especially design and creative industries through arts, film, media. We can address social issues, challenges, story types, and promote diversity and inclusion. So cross-disciplinary collaboration, certainly we discussed that too. It's really important. We lacked collaboration, of course, innovation. If you want to see innovation, certainly we need not just within the organization or university, but with the industry and internationally, that collaboration is essential. So some examples of innovation, innovative product and services or approaches, if you can see Apple's product design, how interactive, how sleek, aesthetic, user-friendly interfaces, seamless integration of hardware and software. So that's the beauty of that product with that design innovation. And Netflix, of course, the classic example that revolutionized entertainment industry. We get that more detail later on as a case study. Tesla electric vehicles, of course, we all know that. And virtual reality in gaming, of course, if you have, use, certainly you know that this virtual reality in gaming, how impacted in the gaming industry. 3D printing in fashion, designers are using 3D printing to create customizable, sustainable fashion pieces. So which is very important in design and creative industries. Also, AI generated art. So artificial intelligence is being used to generate unique artworks. So we use that in technology usage. And immersive theater experience, of course, immersive theater experience, which means like a audience in dynamic interactive narratives. So you really interact not just one way, but two-way interaction. And crowdsource funding for creatives, in particular platforms like Kickstarter, Patreon, empowers artists, musicians, writers, and other creatives to secure funding directly from their audiences. So these examples, you can see how it's contemporary innovation and entrepreneurship being used. So now I'm going to take you to a kind of the entrepreneurial mindset in creativity. So of course, for design and creative industries, it's essential for opportunity recognition, as we discussed before, how we can transform even challenges, even threats, even problems, issues into opportunities. That's the beauty of innovation, creativity, and entrepreneurship. And the resourcefulness and entrepreneurial mindset encourages resourcefulness, adaptability, of course. Risk-taking, we discussed that. Market orientation, certainly. Networking, very important. Innovation, certainly is a part of creative process. So examples of individuals or companies blending creativity with entrepreneurship. Airbnb, we all know, very common now. usually conventional thinking, we think about hotels, other commercialized accommodation. Without any hotel rooms or any resources like that, how a business model, creative business model can start a business like Uber or other, later on, other platforms. Spotify disrupted the music industry by blending creativity with entrepreneurship. Stage is a prime example of a platform that empowers creative entrepreneurs. Fixsites is renowned for ability to blend creativity and entrepreneurship in animation industry. Patagonia, an outdoor clothing company, which is an interesting standout for its commitment for both creativity and sustainability, produces high quality, environmentally responsible products and creative engaged in environmental activism. And Beyonce, also a creative entrepreneur in the music industry, as some of you know about it. So this case study about Netflix transforming entertainment through creative entrepreneurship. So it started in 1997. So as a DVD rental by mail. So, but industry was highly competitive. Challenges like a competition in its early years. Netflix faced competition with established rental stores like Blockbuster, as you probably know this one. And the transitions to streaming is also another challenge. So recognizing this shift in consumer behavior, Netflix ventured into streaming. This transition required massive investment in technology, content licensing, and infrastructure. So original content, that's their uniqueness. Netflix ambition to produce original content was met with skepticism. The challenge was not only to create compelling content, but also to convince subscribers to embrace it. So Netflix is a classic case for a new subscription business model, and of course, transforming the industry to the next level. So outcomes, of course, you can see streaming dominance, original content success, data-driven insights, global expansion, innovation in distribution, diverse content library. So they are the outcome of when you are in innovation and entrepreneurship. So the role of technology and digital transformation in creative industries, as you can see on the screen, Adobe Creative Cloud, that Creative Cloud is a prime example of technology impact on creative industries, offers a suite of creative software tools. So as you know, including Photoshop, Illustrator, or this InDesign, and so many other things. We use 3D printing. We know that virtual reality and augmented reality, especially this virtual augmented reality, like IKEA, for an example, they started use in COVID-19 time because the consumers can't go in-person shopping. So online marketplaces and platforms, technology has enabled creative professionals to reach global audiences through online marketplaces, like for handmade goods. Likewise, you can see that online marketplace and platforms are especially in the countries like in emerging economies and developing countries. And also blockchain technology is hugely popularizing, especially managing a supply chain and so on. And the streaming and digital distribution, 4K and 8K resolution, social media, crowdsourcing, data analytics, and personalization. So case study 2 is about Disney Magic Band, bridging technology and creative innovation. So the key features of this Disney Magic Band is access control. Magic Band serves as an all-in-one access pass, and also a payment system, personalization, and interactive elements. So it's really helpful for Disney and related services with this Magic Band. So key takeaways and lessons of this Magic Band is seamless integration, data-driven personalization, enhanced convenience, continuous iteration. That's really important. Continuous iteration in innovation, low-cost continuous iteration, storytelling through technology, because consumers like storytelling, their user experience, and user-focused design, certainly, monetization opportunities, and balancing privacy, also very important. Collecting data for personalization should be balanced with privacy concerns, especially in this cyber issues these days. So strategies for fostering innovation and entrepreneurship in creative industries. So cultivate a creative environment is very important, like open communication. In particular, encourage open and transparent communication within the organization, create a culture with everyone feels comfortable of sharing ideas. So like when you teach in the classroom, students, if they don't talk, they don't ask questions, so that's a question. So likewise, organization, of course, we need to promote this dialogue, a conversation. And also freedom to fail, very important in our societies, especially in developing and developed emerging countries. We are not much promoting this freedom to fail. So we need to promote that. So emphasize that failure is an integral part of a creative process. So physical space, very important in workplace. Traditional university, for an example, classrooms, not really. So we need to go beyond the classroom. So parks, outside, somewhere a student can really be free. They learn pretty much free in a free environment, especially in the environment. So like Google, they have like a PlayStation in workplace. So not any more rooms. So promote a cross-disciplinary collaboration, diverse teams, very important, not just within the department, beyond departments and beyond organization. Interdepartmental projects, very important. Collaboration in universities, we are very much offering courses with other faculties. So, and research also should be done. And industry, certainly, we need to do that. Not just, competing each other, but how we can collaborate and prosper together. Invest in continuous learning, very important point. Training and workshops is really important, and learning organization. So when you have open communication, freedom to fail, certainly it becomes a more learning organization. External exposure, very important. Encourage employees to attend conferences, exhibition, events outside organization to gain inspiration from broader creative community, including go to another competitive organization for a work for a month, or sometimes work can come back. So why not? So and also embrace technology and digital tools, very important, because we discussed that digital transformation, artificial intelligence, and data analytics is a huge booming industry that interconnect other industries, and especially design and creative industries. Entrepreneurship program, not just startups, but within established organization, how we can promote entrepreneurship. Internal incubators, resource allocation, and so on. Encourage customer centricity, especially very important, using design thinking, user feedback, how we can learn from user insight. And recognize and reward innovation, very important in any process, how we can appreciate, recognize innovation awards, promotion of innovators, very important. Then when you have new ideas, you need to recognize, appreciate, and reward. Risk management is important in any innovation process, and risk-taking culture, fostering it. And agility and adaptability is a really important issue to consider. Agile workflows, implement agile methodologies to that for quick adjustment in response to changing circumstances, and pivot when necessary. It's important again, be willing to pivot or change course when it's become evident that a different approach is needed. So that's the beauty of agile and adaptable work process. So supporting creative
I'm sorry,
entrepreneurs.
Mr. Ananda. I'm sorry for interrupting. The time is up. Can you finish the sentence?
Yep. Give me 1 minute. So supporting creative entrepreneurs, as you can see, government policies, I took examples from Indonesia, and the incubators and accelerators, and also educational institutions like your university, and collaborative initiatives, and the financial support, and network and events. So challenges faced by creative entrepreneurs and solutions, funding challenges, intellectual property protection, they are important aspects. Lack of business skills, limited access to markets, balancing creative commercial viability, network challenges, emotional resilience. So I have given solutions as well. So future trends in creative entrepreneurship, digital transformation, immersive experience, sustainability and ethical creativity, remote work and collaboration. So e-commerce, direct to consumer models, AI and automation, health and well-being, collaboration, cultural diversity and inclusivity, rapid prototyping. And so that's it. Thank you for the opportunity. Any question?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ananda. First, we have question from Syam Sander Kawan. Let me read the question first. I believe digital technology transformation has definitely brought possibilities of innovation and creative industries, but it also addicts people with over dependency on digital gadget, which also has affected the socio-psychological well-being of human beings. What do you say about this? In your opinion, how far does it go? Any future projection of digital technology?
Yes, it's a good question. Of course, certainly, that's a ethical as well as responsible issues in the industry, and as a society, of course, as a whole. So that is where these software developers or AI developers or whatever the technology developers, they try to be more eco-friendly, and considering use of user perspectives. So that's why in this industry, I mentioned a few times design thinking is important. In design thinking, there's a user-centric, and eco-friendly design. The addiction or kind of a psychological impact, to minimize that, of course, these technologies are working on more interactive technologies. That interaction can let you know when you overuse any technology, when you addicted to technology, that gives some signs, or even give you some advice to control of such addiction or use excessively.
Okay, Thank you, Dr. Nanda. And the next question is from Nazila. I will read it. Talking about creative industry, what about the current phenomenon where there are many interesting trends, but sometimes they actually harm other people?
It's yeah, pretty much a similar line of the question, of course. That's where in our education, in entrepreneurship or even business education, we have every subject we deliver, we design in a way to teach them ethics and responsible decision making. And when you design a course, when you design a training program, so that is a center in a training or development or education program that we need to seriously take into ethics and responsible actions. So when you have these things, so you have a value that help you to when you do any action, when you design a product, when you design a service, you think about others. So that's what we call user-centric design. So in a design, usually that's why collaboration is important. In a collaboration, we, for an example, if you want to develop a interactive game for kids, so it's not just a game, but the game, it's a content-rich game, right? So if the game is just a shooting or something that, you know, the child will get crazy, it's not a responsible game development. It should be content-rich. The kid or the child should learn from it. His creativity should be developed while he's doing it as a play. So the integrated concept of a social, ethical, cultural aspect of the design is important.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Nanda. And actually, the next question is from me. May I,
Yep.
Dr. Ananda?
Yep.
Okay. In the ever-evolving world of design and creative fields, the key to success lies in fostering innovation and entrepreneurship. But as we embrace artificial intelligence, a quick question is that popped in my head is how can we effectively using artificial intelligence to boost innovation and entrepreneurship in design and creative sector, while ensuring that human creativity remains at the core of these endeavors?
Absolutely, that's a really good question, because we are becoming more automated. We're getting lazy. I mean, that's a part of technology, because when human being is being developed to certain levels, so it is expected. It is expected. So even artificial intelligence, even my students, I tell them they can use ChatGPT, artificial intelligence, whatever, doesn't matter, right? But I need to see the creativity, innovation in their assessment. So probably before they work a week or 2 weeks to do an assessment, and now probably within 2 days they can complete. That's okay, good. I mean, we are efficient, right? So thing is that we need to design our assessment in a way student can employ their creativity, innovation into the assessment. So if we design this assessment, just they can use those third-party resources and use them within and half an hour. So that way are the problem. So if we use it mindfully, because these resources are everybody, they have access. So there is no competitive advantage, right? So to be competitive advantage, your brain should be used. You should be play with your brain. So you should be in your blue ocean, not the red ocean. So red ocean is bigger now because of the availability of data, resources, and quick access. So everybody has that opportunity and access. Then what we can be different. So the only difference is your brain, your intellectuality, your thinking. If your thinking is different, certainly you can navigate through those resources than others.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ananda. The answer. For MC, do we have another question from the audience? Maybe one more question.
Any question? How does supply chain interruption affect the world economy global, and how can we build climate change resilient economy? Thank you.
Can you repeat the question, Adi?
How does supply chain interruption affect the world economics global, and how can we build climate change resilient economy? Thank you. The supply chain interruption affect the world economic global.
Mr. Ananda, I will read the question from the audience.
Yes, please. Thank you.
How does supply chain interruption affect the world economies global, and how we build climate change resilient economy?
Right.
Can you?
So, yep. Thank you. I couldn't hear that. That's why. Sorry about that. So certainly, of course, a global supply chain has been affected, especially as you know, every industry, especially with the COVID. So, for an example, if I want to buy a car before the COVID, I can go and buy. Now I have to wait 2 years, right? So it's becoming really a big problem. It's things getting easier now, probably not 2 years now. And also more like electric vehicles are coming. So there are options as well. And the question, of course, in the climate change, certainly there are a lot of impact in rising sea levels, rising temperature, and if the rising temperature is coming, so there should be a lot of impact, especially in the countries with a lot of sun. And the countries with no sun, probably they have melting their ice and so on. So that impacting on warehousing, production, and so many other, even the material, sourcing materials. So these things are more resilient, more complex. Certainly, the effect of climate change. So what will happen in nature? We adapt to the climate change while we are working on climate change, and certainly so reversing the climate change is taking another 50, 100 years. So what we can do till then, certainly we need to adapt and adjust to like that in more regional manufacturing rather global supply chain. So because earlier if you for an example, your computer manufactured in parts in 40 countries all around the world. Now it is problematic because it's the rising transportation cost, shipping cost, and all these things. So we need to have a more regional manufacturing rather a global manufacturing because it's a quick access, quick response, and probably you can see more a speedy manufacturing and distribution and the low cost as well. So certainly we cannot wait the climate actions to be active for next 50, 60 years. So during that time, we need to be work on a different models, business model, including different supply chain or value chain in regional based.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Anda, for the answer. And that's it for the Q&A session. First and foremost, I thank you, Dr. Ananda Wickramasinge from Sydney Business School, University of Wollongong, Australia, for the presentation and the answer that very thoughtful and really insightful, some of it. And maybe for the for the next session, I will give it to MC. Thank you.
Thank you, the moderator. And also thank you for Dr. Ananda Wickramasinge from University of Wollongong, Australia, for the great session. Next one, it will be the certificate session given by Faculty of Vocational Studies. For Dr. Ananda Wickramasinge, thank you. Please, audience, give applause.
Thank you very much, the organizers, the beautiful conference, Ginny and Andrea as a moderator. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Next agenda is parallel sessions. Let me explain about this parallel session. It will be divided into 2 breakout rooms. Before that, let me explain the invited speaker 4th and invited speaker 5th. The 4th and 5th invited speaker will be in different breakout rooms. Please welcome the 4th invited speaker, Reno Yuansa SSN from ADGI, Asosiasi Desainer Grafis Indonesia, Chapter Malang, and Senior Creative Director in 24 Slides, Denmark. It will be moderated by Dimas Fakhrudin, MDS, our lecturer from Graphic Design major. And the next one, the 5th invited speakers. Please welcome Dr. Sulis Rokayatun from Ikatan Akuntan Indonesia, Kompartemen Akuntan Pendidik dan dosen UIN Maulana Malik Ibrahim, Malang, Indonesia. It will be moderated by Dr. Arif Widyatama. Let's go back to the parallel session. Like it has mentioned before previously, for the first breakout room 1 for the Business and Hospitality Department, the invited speaker Dr. Sulis Rokayatun, moderator Dr. Arif Widyatama. For room 1, the list of participants. Dr. Anda Bernadetta Irmawati MS, Fatur Rahman, Elliot Siman Gunsong, Dr. Fresi Nugroho STMT, Indah Purwaningsi, and Sofia Rosalin. They will be in room 1 for this room. This is room 1, the main room. And for the second room, the list of participants, they are Rosai Hataha, Dr. Reni Sinta Dewi Esos MSI et al. And Sita Wayuhati Esos MAB, Radita Hapsari SAMM PhD, Trimega Asri Susilowati. For the third room, this is for Industry and Creative and Digital. Invited speaker, Reno Yuansa SSN. Moderator, Dimas Fakrudin SST MDS. For the third room, they are Nabila Fajrina Eskom MSI. Sulkifli, Ria Hardiati, Yusefa Sariati, Idewa Madewidya, Rahmat Andri Atmoko. And for room 4, they are M. Daniel Septian STMDS, Insinyur Pio Heru Adiwibowo STMT, Verli Isnomo Abdi ST SPDMT, Diah Rianda Dari, Kristanto Adi Nugroho, and Eka Ratrinur. So the session, it starts at 2:45 until 3:45. We just want to remind you, please kindly come back to this room, the participants, after the parallel session, because we still have the 6 invited speaker at 3:15 p.m. So don't miss it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, for parallel session, to all presenter presentation and participants, the time is yours, and for the participant, please kindly go to the room 1 in here, room 2 and 3 and 4 outside, and it will be guided and escorted by the committee for its room. Thank you. Please, for the participant, for room 1, it will be in here. Room 2 and 3, the list that I have read previously. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Hello, Dr. Sudis.
Assalamualaikum panitia, breakout room-nya belum ada ya?
Hello, Dr. Sudis. Good afternoon.
Hello, Prof. Kichon. Good afternoon. Sorry, Prof. We still have parallel session. Wait for a moment, Prof. Kichon. I am Faid, your moderator for this session. Hello, Prof. Kichon. How are you?
Hello, hey, how are you?
Yes, yeah. I am Dr. Faid as your moderator
Thank you, Dr. Pai.
today. Yeah, yeah. The committee still have parallel session, sir. Wait for minutes, okay? Okay, sir. We are very pleased here because of
but I already